What is up, Panther Nation? It is draft night, and welcome to the C3 Panthers podcast. It's the live draft show. Look, my phone alarm is going off, letting me know, get your ass on the internet and get ready for this NFL draft with Panther fans. I have been advertising that this is the 8th annual draft. I believe I was incorrect. I believe it's the 7th draft party. I believe we started with Kelvin Benjamin, but tonight we carry on the tradition. You guys come to us. COVID brought the world to the internet with us as we look at the draft together live as it unfolds with Panther fans. The Cat Calls line is open tonight, 252-228-5098, where you can be a part of the show. We want to hear your thoughts about who the Panthers should take, what will happen in the first 10 picks, and after the pick, call in and let us know your thoughts on the draft. Tonight, we get to break it down with the usual crew. Cody Lashney in the house. I know you're pumped.
Tony Dunn, I've got a beer with a straw in it. If that doesn't tell you I'm fucking ready to go, then nothing will, man. And as always, hope springs eternal around draft time. Man, we're all wanting to see who the next player is that we're going to be cheering for the next, hopefully, 10 to 15 years. We're joined by the most lit fans in Panther fandom. DJ Moore, Trill One, Underground West, Tommy Doc Martin, Shaked Bartal, Chef Jeff, Tony Dunn, and nothing to it but to do it, brother. It's draft night. Let's roll.
I heard today someone sent me a DM. They said they had a source, but I don't know who that is, that the Panthers were not interested in drafting Isaiah Simmons. This was not related to the tweet we had about the meetings and stuff, but I think this individual saw it. So I know that Greg wants Isaiah Simmons. Greg in the house, hanging out, watching the draft with us, the stat daddy. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm super excited, man. And I promise you, this morning when I woke up, the first thing that came in my mind was today is the day. So today is the day we're going to find out a little bit more about where this franchise is going and what our future is going to be. So I'm super excited.
I just want you to look over your right shoulder.
My right shoulder?
Oh,
yeah.
My wife's up there dancing.
Nice. She's excited for the draft.
She is.
So I like that. I think you said something very important there, is that we get to learn about where this team is going. And we don't know very much about this team. Today I watched a video with Matt Rule. He looked exhausted. That's what I came away with. But we don't know much about this team. We don't know much about the roster. We don't know about the vision just yet. We do know some of the coaching staff, and we're learning about them. But we have yet to see any of it really come to fruition. Today, I think maybe you could say we saw a little bit in free agency. Today, I think you're right. We get to see a little bit about what this team is prioritizing, how they think about tackling this rebuild. CK in the house. The draft is here, and what I'm most excited about at CK is we finally have something real to talk about, not just speculation. And really, hope springs eternal on draft night for all teams. This should be a night where we walk away enthused to be Panther fans. Do you expect that to happen?
I think I haven't really experienced a draft where you didn't come away somewhat optimistic. I mean, these guys are going to have film that indicates that they're a top tier talent. Otherwise, they're not going in the first round, especially at 7. So, I mean, I anticipate coming away feeling enthusiastic, but I also expect that there's probably going to be some disappointment because everybody has their favorites, and if we don't draft the person that we want, then we're going to feel as though it's a failure. But until we get a chance to actually review all of that film that we'll inevitably see a ton of tomorrow, we're going to have this sense of disappointment. But I think that all in all, regardless, we're going to get a player, especially if we draft at number 7, that is going to impact this franchise for years to come.
The good news is drafting at 7 with Marty Hurney, you truly should deliver a top-rate talent if you go by his performance in the past. One of the things with Marty Hurney is not been afraid to take a position group that you think is already strong So I think that that's where some of the fear comes in when it comes to maybe the wide receiver. And I wouldn't even argue that that is necessarily strong. It's just we certainly know it's not need based, but he has not really been a need based guy in the first rounds. If you go back to the 2012 draft where he drafted Luke Kuechly over a guy like, well, Morris Claiborne we needed corner really desperately that year. We needed a defensive end. I saw someone mentioning today that they had met with Quentin Coples that year. So the good news is Marty Hurney usually shoots true in the first round. The bad news, though, is if we do decide to pick a wide receiver, Marty Hurney's white whale is the wide receiver. If you think about him, he has never been able to draft anybody beyond, and I'm not even sure if he drafted Smitty. He might have been just taking over the organization at that time, so he might have gotten Steve Smith in the third, but he always was trying to replicate the duo of Masim Muhammad and Steve Smith, and he just couldn't ever get it right. If you think about this, is we could go back to LaFell. LaFell might have been the most successful of the wide receivers he drafted, but you also had Kerry Colbert, Dwayne Jarrett, there's some other people, Marnie Edwards, not high pick though for him. But at the same time, guys, a lot of rumblings have been happening, and someone just sent me a tweet because I said if we have a wide receiver at 7 tonight, I'm gonna have a meltdown. He said, "Are you really gonna have a meltdown if we get Jerry Jeudy or who's the other guy that they like?"
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb. And I would say no, I'm not. I mean, I guess when you say it like that, that's intriguing because you do like those players. But for me, I would be much more excited if the name that was called was Tua than Jerry Jeudy.
So let me give you my opinion on this. If the Carolina Panthers draft a receiver or an offensive tackle this year, the Panthers have no interest in making a legitimate push to be a contender this year. In my mind, if you look at Matt Rule, what he did at Temple, what he did at Baylor, the first year is always tearing down the house, and the second, third year you're building it up anew. And in my mind, that's what going offense in round one would be. I mean, how would you justify, with all the holes on our defense right now, taking another wide receiver when you already have Curtis Samuel, you already have DJ Moore, now you have Robbie Anderson, and you have Pharoah Cooper? Like, there's no roster reason to draft a receiver unless you're thinking, well, we're going to have a different franchise quarterback down the road. Let's make sure he has a true number one by the time he's here, whoever that is.
As we just have, so it just seems as I understand, take the best player available, but generally I think it's hard to argue that between position groups at times. You know, how do you argue if Jerry Jeudy is a better player overall than, say, Isaiah Simmons, right? I mean, I don't think it's kind of like trying to compare different fruits and talk about which is the most valuable of the two.
And one has the potential to be a once in a lifetime player, while another one is just a really good receiver in a class full of really good wide receivers.
But I do think you're absolutely right. If that pick comes in, that really signals to us that this is a team that's trying to create an offense in the future and have weapons maybe installed that are getting ready for their prime when you find your guy at quarterback. Or you could argue, too, that these guys are not rolling over on offense this year and they're pushing their chips on that side and they're just going to figure it out on defense. The problem is picking an offensive player in the thought of having a season this year in the first round when we don't have anyone on defense seems just ludicrous.
Yeah. Well, let me ask it. Just say for a second that we did draft a wide receiver first, like CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. Okay, what does that do for our wide receiver core? I know, Cody, you were mentioning the guys we had. Like, say if we did, what would it be? Would it be him number one and DJ Moore number two? And then do we keep Curtis Samuel in the 3 and then kick out Robbie Anderson or Pharoah Cooper? Like,
who knows, man? I mean, I would have to imagine that DJ Moore probably gets some benefit of the doubt, having been here longer, and Samuel even longer than him. But I don't know how you draft a receiver in the first round and not give him meaningful snaps at the X receiver position. So I really don't know. I mean, that's my point though. You're gonna add to a receiving room that already has a bunch of talent in it. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Plus, we have to protect Teddy Bridgewater. Offensive tackle would be a much better move than a wide receiver. And I wouldn't be mad at that. Because it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You have to protect them. And we still don't have a franchise left tackle right now.
All right, let's turn our attention to outside the Carolina Panthers. In related news, we have heard, and I see some people, D'Angelo DeLegend says the wide receiver is a smokescreen for a trade back. Jordan Rodriguez put up a story today on The Athletic about how there were viable partners for the Panthers if they were going to trade back. Matt Rule said that, of course, that would be on the table if somebody made them a good offer. So we've heard talks about the Panthers moving around more back than up, but as well, you're even hearing things like the Falcons were interested in trying to secure the number 2 pick from the Washington Redskins in hopes of obtaining Chase Young. A lot of rumors about teams moving up for offensive linemen in this. Where do you guys see, or where are you hearing the buzz in this type of movement in the draft? And I mean, because that's the stuff that makes it fun and really shakes it up when we don't know what's going to happen, because it changes the game of the mock drafts when all of a sudden someone takes a wide receiver at 4 and nobody saw it coming. Big shout out to Tree50 for his Tree50 love bomb in the chat. Thank you for your donation to the C3 Panthers podcast. We'll keep it rocking and rolling every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. You can follow us on YouTube, subscribe, smash the thumbs up button while you're watching right now. We're on Twitter at @cat_chronicles. And make sure you check us out Tuesday night, 9 p.m. We haven't missed a week. 1 week. We only missed 1 week in 8 years, right? So it's a pretty consistent fan podcast. And be a part of the show by calling in at 252-228-5098. Guys, what are you hearing around the league when it comes to, or what are you thinking about when it comes to the smoke and the rumors?
Well, I have heard many rumors about Atlanta. I haven't heard number 2 like what you said. But I've heard from a number of people online that Atlanta is desperately trying to move up into the top 10 for a corner, specifically, is what I've heard. I've heard that the Jacksonville Jaguars might be looking to trade down. I've heard trade up rumors from the Broncos, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who feared that they might not have one of the big 4 tackles available to them by the time they draft. And they need someone to protect Tom Brady. I mean, they built the offense around him. They have the weapons. Now they just need to better protect him. So I wouldn't doubt it if Tampa Bay or the Falcons, our division rivals, might be the ones knocking on our door asking for pick number 7.
CK, thoughts on movement in this draft? You were talking about how it makes it exciting for us because we get more draft to care about.
Well, real quick, shout out to Steven Zimmerman for the $20 love bomb and the "You Are Amazing."
That's what's up, dude.
You, man, you're amazing. Shout out to you.
I'm gonna send you that YouTube. Somebody, my friend Carl Van, sent me a video, and it was, by the way, it looked like a Matt Rule 20-year-old, and it was just like, I just want to tell you that you're amazing. Somebody needs to tell you you're fantastic. So thank you, Steven. You are amazing.
But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is that I think there's going to be a lot of excitement about what we're dealing with as far as if we move back. I mean, I think for the sake of the show, even, right? You know, we're going to be able to have a lot of people tuning in to really just build that anticipation up and look forward to that pick to come out. So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm hoping that we do, but we'll find out, I suppose.
When is here, is that really how many teams generally move? I don't feel like, I guess there are always trades. I just don't feel like the Panthers have been involved in them. Whoa, right? Is before for before our time, really, of doing this show is probably the last time the Panthers made significant moves. I guess you could say we moved up for Greg Little last year. We moved up for Devin Funchess. Ugh, still that was a complete thing. Is that you want to talk about, CK, you said earlier, I don't know how you couldn't be optimistic. I tell you this, is get your sight set on Bradley Roby or Allen Robinson and have the pick come in with Kelvin Benjamin. And I'll tell you how disappointed you could be. They used to make fun of me, and I used to get like all of this mail from people, like tweets and messages all throughout Kelvin Benjamin's rookie year about how I flipped out on the draft party, how I was like a hater and all of this. And then guess what? Turns out
Catching cheeseburgers.
I was right.
Hey, real quick, shout out. Were you gonna say that?
Yeah, man, and
Yeah,
not only shouting out Josh from Mass, but with the very specific dollar donation, so that you never forget that the Falcons blew the biggest lead in Super Bowl history because they're a bullshit football team. Josh, you know we fucking love you, bro.
Josh from Mass, I hope the no smoking is still going well because I've picked it back up and I got to join you on the kick it train.
Oh, I wish I could kick it, man.
I can. I just got to choose to. That's the thing. Josh from Mass, $28.30. Never forget that the Falcons suck. Now, I tell you this, is I went on a Bucks podcast last night, guys, and they were really interested about the outside perspective about the NFC South and how the Saints, and my position is that the Saints deserve to be the number one for right now. The Bucks are exciting and trying to put together a super team, they're pushing their chips in this year, so you expect them to be good. The Falcons are a team you never know what you're going to get. They're like a box of chocolates without the map. Is that you're hoping that this is not an orange chocolate, orange cream. You're hoping it's not orange cream. But the Panthers, we don't know what we're going to get with the Panthers. I expect them to be ranked number 4 at this point. But I don't know. Is that you never know how it's going to shake out. And a lot of people, this is why I brought this up, is speaking of the Falcons, the idea of what are the Patriots going to do. A lot of people I've seen people link Tua's name to the Patriots, and I still think it would be a great, great moment for the NFL and for us if the Patriots, with starting quarterback Cam Newton, met Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. That would be freaking fantastic.
Yeah, that would be. Who are you pulling for? Are you pulling for the Patriots?
I'm pulling for Cam. That's it.
Okay.
One single individual. That's it. Is one single individual. I know. Wouldn't that be weird to actually think you could cheer for the Patriots? Like that's what it would take.
Yeah. It would definitely be weird, but like I said, I think we brought that up a long time ago. Cam going to the Patriots, and it's still a possibility. They still need a quarterback, and he's still out there. We'll see what they do in the draft, but I don't know if I see Belichick drafting a quarterback.
All right, so going through, do we think? Thank you, Bradley Tate, for your support. You guys are being so generous tonight. We appreciate it. We are here just to hang out and have fun. We appreciate y'all's support and the thank you from you guys. But man, we have the most fun hanging out and watching the draft with Panther fans, and it's a great way to do this. We've been doing it for a while now. And I think you'll see a lot of people ditching ESPN and coming and hanging out with people like us around us. I know a lot of the independent media is gaining a lot of traction in this time as the regular media looks more regular each and every day. So call into the show, 252-228-5098. We'd love to hear what you guys are thinking about with the draft. What is on your mind? What you want the Panthers to do and where you see the movement occurring. Guys, starting with draft pick number 1, really it looks like more and more, you guys we've all said it is just locked up, right, with Joe Burrow. So then it goes to number 2. Chase Young seems to be the pick there if the Redskins are picking, but Detroit seems to be a wild card, guys. A lot of people have said that they've been interested in trading. That could be smokescreen. A lot of people believe firmly that Okudah is still the guy. Where do you see the kind of shakeup occurring. Is it at 3, Cody? Is it at 4? Is it? I mean, are the Dolphins trying to move to 3? And what do you make of the Dolphins actually trying to draft a lineman before they secure their quarterback?
So one, that's such BS, dude. If you believe that they're trying to move up for an offensive lineman instead of a quarterback, I have some property on Mars to sell you. But one of the rumors I have heard is that they're trying to move from 5 to 3 so that they can move from 3 to number 1. Apparently, the Dolphins are head over heels for Joe Burrow, and apparently they're willing to offer the Bengals their entire draft or something crazy like that to get the number 1 pick in the draft. Now, are the Bengals going to move away from that? I doubt. I seriously doubt that. In my opinion, the draft starts at number 3. It's after Chase Young and Joe Burrow are off the board. What do the Lions do? Isaiah Simmons? Is it Jeffrey Okudah? I've heard Derek Brown mentioned in that spot. Number 3 is where the draft starts officially.
68 viewers, man, in the chat room already. The anticipation is mounting, and guys, we are going to get real news. I promise you today, actual news that we can cherish and love on as football fans amidst the quarantine of life. Guys, we have been locked up in our homes. We have had no sports. We've had little ways of kind of disengaging from the world at times, and so the draft tonight provides that opportunity. Questions, though, that I have: is the draft going to come out and turn out well? Right now, the coverage is looking good on ESPN.
Yeah, right now it's looking pretty smooth. CK, how about you, man?
I mean, I think so.
Why can't they give these guys microphones? I watched the Panthers video today with Matt Rule, and they're zooming between Matt Rule and the new
Jake
reporter.
Delhomme
and why can't they give these guys a damn mic and some earbuds? Remember,
dude, all
folks,
of them are like the sound quality
earbuds
sounds like they're like talking in a bathroom, dude. Like it just these aren't expensive microphones, right? Especially for an industry like that. It is interesting to think about.
I like these reporters holding their microphones like reporters in their homes, dressed up, looking good.
This is something you've anticipated for at least a few weeks. Why have you not thought about the idea of? I know that they want to probably just be able to have the E for ESPN to advertise who they are. But I mean, we're watching ESPN. I guess if the simulcast is with ABC, maybe that's the justification. But I don't know.
So
at least they got a mic.
They're just now starting to show some of the homes on ESPN. Tua, his family looks exactly how you would expect. Tua's in the Tua's in the suit. They're all gathered around.
They got a pig cooking in the sand outside.
Hold on. When you say they're all, I wanted to send out a tweet earlier that said, "What's the over under on how many are on, X amount of players being with more than 10 people in their house?" So,
I would expect I would have more than 10 people at my house.
Joe Burrow is literally surrounded by his parents, and that's it.
That's it. You ain't even. How about this? Is that imagine the disappointment of being drafted number 1 and not being able to go out and party and get some trim afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do what every other number 1 draft pick has done in the history of football.
Well, normally they hop a plane, and the next day they're with their team. Like, I remember whenever DJ Moore and McCaffrey were drafted, the very next morning they were at Panthers Stadium. So, I mean, it's a crazy time, man. But it'll be interesting to see how every player chooses to spend the draft and who's with them and how they react. It's definitely different.
This is pretty cool, man, watching these folks unbox these like packages from the NFL that have their phones and their microphone cameras included. This is going to be the one thing we don't. Did you see Tua though wearing the suit? I'm surprised. Are a lot of guys going to be dressed to the nines?
Probably not. I'm willing to say no. Tua's all class, dude. That's a Tua move if there ever was one.
Is he all class? Are you sure about that?
100%.
You
No one
sure?
who
He
has ever
don't.
met-
Man, he didn't do
no
too
one
well
who-
on that test. I don't know how much class he went to.
Yeah, well, I didn't do well on my test, but I think I'm pretty fucking classy. So I don't know, man. I do know that everyone that's ever coached him, everyone that's ever been around him, says they love him. I know a lot of Panther fans want Tua to be the quarterback of the future. I know you're one of them. I mean, you can't say enough good things about the man himself. As a player, he's incredible. He's an accurate thrower of the football. He goes through his progressions incredibly well. It's just the injury concerns, man. If you're able to build an offensive line around him, he'll be fine. But if not, he has some legitimate concerns.
Well, I mean, Carolina could be a cool place for him to not have to push it right away. Do you think Tua starts this year if he goes to a Miami? I mean, he's got to, right?
Oh yeah, if he goes to Miami for sure.
Well, they have Fitzpatrick, unless they want to, roll with Fitz magic for another year and try and win some games, then just not rush them into it. I mean, you drafted your quarterback. You're not really rushing for anything. I think even the Chargers, they have Tyrod Taylor. So I mean, there's a good. The only one that I'm putting money on to be a surefire starter is Joe Burrow. The rest of them, I could easily see a scenario where Tua, Herbert, and Love don't start next year.
All right, we've got our first guest of the show tonight, Gene Farrell. Is that did I pronounce it right? Farrell. And
yeah, you got it right.
All right, awesome. All right. Well, you could be like the beat master for Ralph. Let me ask you this, Gene. We brought you on the show because one of the things that you have done is meticulously outlined the Panthers meetings for. I want to say I've been watching you do it for 8 years now. It feels like that, close to it. How long? Tell us a little bit about what you do when it comes to following the Carolina Panthers in the NFL draft.
Normally, what I do is I just follow visits, meetings, anything that the Panthers do in the pre-draft process as far as getting in contact with the players. But normally, I've been doing it since 2012, and normally what I do is I kind of watch the reports come out from the media, and then I kind of treat it like Rotten Tomatoes. That's kind of where I got the idea from. And Walter kind of led to the idea too, because Walter Football kind of started it all back. He was doing it back then too. But I got annoyed because I kept seeing reports come out later after the draft was over of meetings that didn't get reported or wasn't added to the list. And I'm like, well, this guy had an interview and said he met with us before the draft, but we'd had no clue. And it started drawing my interest. And normally what I would do is I made a site kind of like an aggregator, kind of like Rotten Tomatoes, how Rotten Tomatoes takes reviews of a movie and they put it all on there and kind of give you like a Rotten Tomatoes score. Well, then my site's similar to what like that, where I take all the sources coming from the media that I see and I post it on there. That way you can go on there and look at the bottom of the page, see where it came from, see the source, see where the news was being reported from. So it's not coming from me because I'm not a reporter. I'm not somebody that's going to give you information. I know some people that deals with the Panthers, but I don't share that information. I mean, it's not my job, and I don't get paid to do it. I just do it as a fan. I watch this stuff. It interests me, and then it's basically treated like an aggregator. I source all the information. That way you can see where I posted it, and I got the list there in kind of like order from position to position, so you can kind of see what prospects they talk to. But then you can scroll down to the bottom and see who reported it, so you can kind of see the validity of the reporting of the meeting.
Gene, I work for drafttech.com, and in our most recent mock draft, I'm the analyst for the Panthers. we have to try and be accurate as to who we think the Panthers are going to pick. And for the past 2 years, I found your list incredibly useful. And I don't know if you remember this, but I think it was like a week ago on Twitter, I asked you if there were any, if the Panthers had met with Isaiah Simmons at all. Have you heard anything new around Isaiah Simmons? Because so far I've just heard him mention top 10 teams, but nothing specifically about the Panthers.
That's pretty much it. This year's been weird because following it, like normally when you would follow draft prospects and keep up with them, the meetings you'd be able to track them by either like local insiders from the school. And what they would do is somebody from the inside, maybe they've seen the private workout and they leaked it to one of the local beat reporters or one of the national reporters, and then they pass it along to the world on Twitter or somewhere or in an article. And then it's the same thing with visits at the stadium. Whenever players have their local visits or when they come to the stadium, there's going to be somebody see them come to the stadium. They may see them at the airport. They may see them walking into the stadium or into the offices of the coaches, and then that gets leaked out and we find out about it because people are physically seeing them. This year, it's kind of like this video call. It's in a private room. Nobody can have access to with the coaches and the GM, so nobody knows who they're meeting with, and it's easier for that information to be hidden this year. So what's happening is, even though it's not getting reported, there's a lot of meetings happening with players that's just not out there unless the players themselves reveal it in an interview. And luckily, is it Justin Morrow from DraftWire? He's picked up a lot of the slack this year and the meetings that we missed out on, because there for the first part of April, we wasn't getting nothing. And then his interviews started just rolling out left and right. And then Aaron Wilson also picked up some. Those were two of the big sources that were picking up interviews and stuff this year. But mainly it was prospects revealing. And if you read some articles say prospect, he'd ask the question, and the prospect would say, I'm going to keep that private up to the draft. And there's nothing you can do about that. With Clemson in particular, I've not seen a lot of interviews this year with Clemson prospects. I've looked for them. And up till today, I was talking to C3 there on Twitter earlier today, because he asked me that question on Twitter earlier today. And turns out about noon today, when I wasn't home, Justin dropped an article on DraftWire I wasn't expecting today. It was mentioning the meeting with all the top 10 teams, but he doesn't mention who. He just says, I've met with most. And I can't really specify what was with the Panthers. Maybe he didn't meet with the Panthers. I don't know. We just have to go off said.
Two questions for you is, number one is, why doesn't the NFL just make this information public to all? In some ways treat it much like a kind of an injury report disclosure, because we know that's beneficial for the NFL to generate media, and that might not help individual teams if they're trying to backdoor into somebody else. But why is this information secretive in this day and age? And number two is, what's your favorite get of information that you've gotten? Because you've referenced these low level, like somebody in an airport, or, this got essentially not my cousin works at Alabama, and we get that. What's your favorite tip you've run across?
I don't really have a favorite.
Oh, man, there's got to be
I always
one.
find it interesting. It's like there's I don't have, because I follow it so much. I like to see the tips. Like if there's the things I love, it's the stuff I can laugh at. It's like watching Norv sit over there and just gush over Will Greer, or Ron and Gettleman when they were there going to Christian's pro day and just pretty much giving away, hey, we're taking Christian. Heck, we talked about like the posts where I was just ribbing you online about the post you made to, what was his name, CJ, the Denver beat reporter.
Yeah, he does. He's from the footballguys.com stuff. His name is what is it? It's Cecil Lammy.
Cecil, yeah, that's what it is. But like that's kind of stuff I find interesting, because not going to laugh about later. It's like, oh, this guy's seen this. They gave it away months ago, and I love the dead giveaways. It's just like this year because Herney was the only, because when this pandemic hit, Herney was the only one out and about, and they given the coaches and the coaches. No, it was just the coaches. Scouts were out and about, but the coaches the first week of the days off. I remember who reported it, but somebody had reported they took the first week off. They were already home. They hadn't went out to pro days yet. But Herney was out and about, so he had went to Oklahoma State, Auburn, and just watching Herney's pictures. Herney with Justin Herbert, and everybody freaking out because he's over Google Out on Justin Herbert, or he's at Derek Brown's Auburn pro day, and he's sitting there chit chatting with Derek Brown. It's things like that that I find interesting because I always like to watch and see if that actually becomes something later. And now we have this news about CeeDee Lamb that's being reported by Josh Klein from the Riot Report, and then also corroborated with Jonathan Jones, who also says he heard this from CBS. And, Jonathan Jones used to do the Observer and SI, and they cover the Panthers as insiders with the Panthers. So I find it interesting that Marty Herney was at Oklahoma's pro day, and all this talk about us trading down and maybe CeeDee Lamb being a target, even though he hasn't been mentioned through this whole process. But it would make sense. That would explain why Marty might have been at Oklahoma's pro day. I got off topic there, but what was the first part of that question?
The other question was why does the NFL keep this? Why are they keeping this secretive and it not be public? If they have a limited amount of visits,
a lot of mind games. It's a lot of mind. Well, you see it's a lot of mind games. I would think a lot of games playing up to the draft. It's just like anything else. There's a lot of smoke screens. They may bring a guy just to reevaluate him and see, maybe he has character issues. Because a lot of the guys they bring in, they're trying to get to know better. They're putting them on the board, letting them show some plays, talking them through plays, asking them about their college days. They may have some red flags they want to go through with them. But I think it's a lot of just games. You don't know who they're really showing. But the bad thing with the Panthers, the last since Herney left and Gettleman took over and Hurdy's return, they've been really telling with who they're going to take in the first round for the last 4 or 5 years, and they give it away either through the draft process somehow, just like just sitting there and spending a lot of time getting reported by. Meeting with somebody, or like we said earlier, things I find funny, like them just sitting there and just lovey-dovey looking over a prospect at a pro day or something.
All right, shout out to Rock Lee he says Hawks fan but love your stream. Cody's knows his stuff. Floyd Wild 315, thank you for your support of the C3 Panthers podcast. We'd love for you to call into the show. The number's 252-228-5098. So you said they've been telling who they picking.
If you want to go by the way, because we didn't get that much this year as far as like the normal contacts we would have, so you would see them go to the pro day, you might see the coaches hanging around a player and the GM. The only thing we've had this year to go off of is Herney, and we only had 4 pro days that he went to. So of those 4, we seen him kind of interacting with 2 prospects, and it was Justin Herbert and Derek Brown. And Brown's been the hot name, even in the media, leading up to the draft at number 7. If we stay at 7, I'm still personally hoping we trade back and gain some picks for next year and this year, especially hopefully maybe we can get a first rounder if we trade back into the teens next year or early 20s. But there's a lot of prospects ranging from the early part of the draft they've met with and the back part. You've heard rumors from CeeDee Lamb to C.J. Harrison from Florida. You've also heard the rumors with Derek Brown, Isaiah Simmons, Okudah, and all those guys. But it just matters where they're going to pick at. I mean, I don't know if you watched the video that the Panthers dropped today, but Matt Rule, and he was talking about how mattering if they trade back in the draft. He even mentioned trading back in the draft or staying where they are. So it just matters.
He did. He looked exhausted in that video, number 1. Number 2, I don't know how they don't have earbuds and microphones for these cats at this place, and it's so like you hearing echoes in the background and stuff. And number 3, he did say exactly that, but he just really seemed very malleable at the point. Go ahead, Cody, jump in there.
Yeah, I mean, so you mentioned kind of the top players, that are basically the top 10 players. You've mentioned, Jeffrey Okudah, Isaiah Simmons, but there hasn't really been anything, as you already said, that kind of links us directly to them. What do you think the chances are that we do take either one of those two players, either it be Simmons or Okudah? And then I'm going to throw a wild card at you. I know the Panthers have done a lot of due diligence on Javon Kinlaw. Is there any possible scenario where Javon Kinlaw could be the pick at number 7?
Well, see, yeah, I don't know about 7. I think at 7 you're looking at about 3 or 4. Probably. I'm not a mock draft person. I'm not big into mock drafts because I know they're fun, and I just like the information, like who they're talking to, and that way you can lead up to the draft. You can kind of get an idea of who they might be looking at, and you see how many players they've looked at one position. Usually wide receiver leads our contact list most years, but the at number 7, I would think you're going to look at Brown, Okudah if he falls, and the hot name, and I hope they don't pick him there. If they're going to pick him, I hope they trade back, is C.J. Harrison, and I really don't like him. I do not like him at 7. If that's Cecil Leamy's report's correct, then I hope it's not 7. I hope they try to get more picks.
I like him as a player,
but
he really is a good press man corner. He gave Jamar Chase all he could handle when he played LSU. He has a lot of missed tackles. I wouldn't mind if we picked him, just not at 7. I think if you're picking in the top 10, you're trying to get a player that you can see wearing a Hall of Fame jacket one day. And I don't know if C.J. Henderson is that. Now, if we wanted to trade back into the teens and pick up C.J. Henderson, then that's more of a value pick, and you get some picks later on down the road. I would accept any deal where the Panthers land a first-round pick for next year, because I don't know that I believe it. I don't know that the Panthers believe it. I don't think that anyone really has a lot of faith right now that you're going to build the team around Teddy Bridgewater for the next, I don't know how many years. I have to think that whether it's this year or next year, they're in the market for a quarterback at some point in time.
Has there been any news? So has there been any news with meetings with Tua?
No. I mean, the only top-rated quarterbacks we've heard anything about this, and like I said, you got to take everything this draft season with a grain of salt. I told whoever it was we were talking to in the Twitter conversation earlier, like even in normal draft seasons, not 100% of the players are being reported. My list is based off who the media gets their little greasy hands on, report them out, and then I just share it with everybody else. So even if they aren't reported, you still have hope that they met with him. The Panthers have been really telling about who they're going to who they're going to take in their picks in the first round the last few years, but this year is a lot different. And just because they haven't been reported talking to Tua doesn't mean they have. Just like today, I mean, we didn't know anything about Simmons until earlier today, and we still don't know if he actually talked with the Panthers or not.
All right, the draft is starting to get underway. I saw Roger Goodell doing his COVID stuff. I thought it started at 8. When do you think the first pick is going to go out, Cody?
I really don't know what time it's going to start.
I thought it was supposed to be, maybe 8:30ish?
I mean, on ESPN, they're just showing Bengals fans that they have. I don't know. I imagine any minute here we're going to have the first pick underway.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably about.
They're showing the Bengals GM on ESPN as we speak.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and slip in our first cat call of the night. The number's 252-228-5098. Let's see what you guys got to say.
So what are your thoughts on catcalling?
Yeah, it's pretty. You shouldn't do that to somebody.
And how did that make you feel?
Very uncomfortable.
So how do you think catcalling makes the person feel?
It feels good, like.
Who's that cat sitting in the back corner with his face buried in his nose? Who's that kid that can use one?
Hey, this is Anthony Rochelle. I hope this is draft day today, and hope we get Isaiah Simmons. Yeah, I'm just excited. Hope you guys are doing wonderful. God bless you guys. Go Panthers. Keep pounding.
Right on. Anthony Rochelle echoing a lot of sentiments when it comes to Panther fans wanting to take Isaiah Simmons. And the question, Cody, is who's going to boo Roger Goodell right now?
You just missed it. He just had a screen behind him with a bunch of fans that were booing him. And apparently they're doing like a...
Oh, wait. I'm so far behind. Look, this is how far behind I am of your stream. I'm seeing it right now. Why? Even, look, that's homeboy from the Giants.
Strahan's in the
Strahan.
top right.
All right, the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
All right, Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. We should know they should get their pick in faster than anybody on the planet. They've had more than enough time and need. There's no possible case where it can't be Joe Burrow, is it?
No, this is Joe Burrow. I mean, he's from Ohio. He's from Athens, Ohio. He played for the LSU Tigers. The LSU Tiger is a Bengal Tiger to the Bengals. I mean, you couldn't write a better scenario for the number one pick. It would be insane if it was not Joe Burrow right now.
The reports say that Joe Burrow has already been informed that he's the number one pick.
I'm sure. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go eat, but cool. Yeah, Joe Burrow is definitely number one.
I mean, he was, to put it into perspective, he was sitting on his couch in an Ohio shirt. So
29 seasons without a playoff victory. Is that right?
Yeah, dude.
Good God. I thought we had a painful couple of years. All right, Joe. Make the pick. Cody, remember, Cody's going to call it out. His stream is like 40 seconds ahead of everybody's.
What's your countdown timer at, Cody?
Oop. I was muted, sorry. Right now I'm at 8 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, you're a full 31 seconds. Yeah, you're 31 seconds ahead of us.
Oh, my gosh.
This is what the NFL GMs are dealing with. What if, like, you're the one GM that's streaming it on Hulu like I am?
Don't you get penalized if you don't get your pick in time?
Nah, I think they lifted those rules this year.
Oh, yeah.
In case of technical difficulty.
Okay. Like congestion at the time clock. I got you.
So I guess I'm going to stay off of Twitter. Because Twitter always seems to have the pick before everyone else. But I don't know if that'll be the case this year.
Yeah.
I think sure.
So let me ask this. So as far as everything is concerned, would you guys expect this clock to get much lower than where it's at now?
You mean as in like waiting to put the pick in?
Yeah, like do you guys, I mean, do they know who they're picking? Do they still do their due diligence and let teams call them asking for a
They did last year. Oh my God, they did last year. We had to wait and wait and wait.
I think you'd be dumb not to though, right? Like you have the time.
If you're gonna trade, you should have already done the trade now. Oh, by the way, we're live on Facebook too tonight. How about that? First time in a while.
What's up, Facebook?
The one
12 people.
It's like
in Facebook.
I know but here's the thing: is I don't ever go on Facebook. What's so bad about our podcast and the show is that I really don't tune it to what people want, but to what I want. Like I only like to get on Twitter. I hate Facebook. I like YouTube. I do that. But so we're back on Facebook. A lot of people excited there for the draft. The Cincinnati Bengals could really use this pick. Tell me, what do you guys think that Joe Burrow would be facing when he gets to Cincinnati? You do have a division that is, man, he's got to deal with the Ravens. He's got to deal with the Steelers. Is it going to be an easy road for Joe Burrow in the NFL?
So I actually feel a certain way about this, but let's do some due diligence first. First off, Michael Reap with the $10 in the chat. Thank you so much. And Miss Sarah Taylor with the $14.99.
Oh, gosh.
Pound sign draft smart.
People are feeling good tonight.
My girl.
We need to send that to Marty Herney that Sarah said draft smart. I agree with you, Sarah, and thank you for your patience.
I do want to remind this. Tonight's show is sponsored by Carolina Don'tScrewItUp.org.
Oh, it's going to be hard to screw it up tonight. They still can.
Well, dude, you never know. I mean, hey, the Bengals drafted John Ross in the first.
Yeah, the Bears moved up for Mitch Trubisky.
Yuck.
Like, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a big surprise, you know.
and left Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes on the board.
Just sitting there. Yep.
Nice. Anthony Rochelle in the live stream on Facebook. Good to see you. Hey, cover me for a few minutes, guys, all right?
All right.
Sure. T-Money should be joining us in a minute.
No.
Yeah. No, so here's my question. I mean, at this point in time, Cody, I mean, it's clear that they're picking Burrow, right?
Yeah, I cannot imagine another scenario where someone else is picked right here.
And it seems like everybody seems to have that same consensus. I mean, there is no other players being discussed other than Burrow right now about his capabilities and whatnot.
I mean,
what is the reason in your mind that they're letting this thing drag down to the last minute?
I feel like they do this every year.
Yeah.
So I really don't know how much of it is, a byproduct of this year and being at home, or I don't know, but I feel like every year an inordinate amount of time passes before they have the pick. And it's showing the general manager right now, and it does not look too concerned or too rushed.
Yeah.
I've seen Zach Taylor, I believe, the coach. He doesn't look too rushed or concerned. So
they're like, everybody's just literally just on their phones, just texting away or whatnot. So
doing what we're doing right now.
It's also a TV show. The longer they can make the draft go, the more views are going to have on ESPN.
True.
So I mean,
it's going to be a long night, though. We're at 3 minutes and 15 seconds left.
That's why I hope. You are like 30 seconds ahead of us. That's crazy. You're not going to spoil the picks, are you?
I think so.
Oh no! Just don't spoil the Panthers pick.
I'm gonna. Tony told me to call him out as I see him. I'll let y'all decide. Okay. If y'all don't want me to, I won't.
No, do it definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of people in the chat who are on that same schedule, and we already have a delay.
There are people that are gonna know before I know.
Yeah, right. And so we're going to have at least like a little 10, 15 second delay anyway. So
Okay.
All right, the pick is in.
All right, that means that they didn't trade it away, right?
It's not traded. Cincinnati Bengals.
Joe Burrow.
They're showing this Heisman speech right now.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone knows it's Joe Burrow. This has been known forever that Joe Burrow was going to be the number one pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, when you have the kind of season that Joe Burrow had at LSU, you deserve it, man. I understand a lot of people are wondering, is it going to be a one-year wonder? And that's legitimate. He hasn't done it outside of 1 year. But when you judge the film alone and what he was able to do under pressure, what he was able to do on the move, how it goes through his progressions, how he reads the field, Joe Burrow deserves to be the number one pick in the draft. Hands down. Not close.
Okay, I'll give you the fact that I feel like he has earned that spot, but it just feels like when you look at it like that, you're saying, look at the tape. And when you look at the tape, there's more tape of him not being a number one pick than there is of him being a number one pick. You know?
He also got hurt at Ohio State. Dwayne Haskins was a number one pick. There was a lot that goes into it. But I understand the concerns. All right, here we go.
Are we already on number 2, Washington? Yeah, I'm still behind.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, number 1.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me.
Whoa!
Surprise.
All right.
They didn't send him a jersey in his jerseys yesterday, letting him know they were going to pick or anything.
Yeah, yeah. They I think he's holding the hat. Like when I'm watching before the pick actually even gets hit, I think I see him holding the Bengals hat in his hands. So.
Oh yeah. I see the orange NFL logo on the back of it.
Yep.
All right, Washington is on the clock.
So Joe Burrow is the selection?
Joe Burrow is the number 1
selection.
in the 2020 NFL draft.
I wanted to ask Gene, since it's first time on the show, we're here every Tuesday night bringing in this podcast, and sometimes it's an echo chamber of our own opinions. What do you think about Marty Hurney?
Don't take too long.
Not a fan. Not a fan. But it's kind of hard to talk about him because he's made some decent selections, but then there's that back half of the draft that everybody talks about that he just falls off. But you can also argue, like a lot of people want to argue with the whole Gettleman Hurney debate whenever Gettleman come in, took over, and we ended up going to the Super Bowl a couple years later. And there were a lot of people say, "Oh, well, those were Hurney's players that took us to the Super Bowl." But then Gettleman added onto that roster, and then also helped to build a roster that Ron Rivera can legitimately carry the offense to the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's really hard to tell because the records for the players and stuff, and the just sheer amount of players that's come through and just washed out, the Dwayne Jarrett's, and so many times he tried to find wide receivers to go with Steve and just never could.
It's his white whale.
End up bringing
receiver is his white whale
from Chicago.
Yeah, it's his white whale. Hurney has done some decent things. He's not as bad as some people want to make him out to be. But he's also not done it consistently. It's really hard to draft consistently. And at one point, we thought that Dave Gettleman was a guru. And it turns out he has just as bad luck as anybody when it comes to the draft. The Panthers have not had any real draft pick stick since the Marty Hurney era. I guess you could say potentially the first year of Dave Gettleman's draft produced guys that stayed on the team for a while. KK Short still being there. Trey Turner just left to go to the Chargers. So it is a mixed bag with Hurney. I do feel like his performance since he's come back has been pretty strong, though.
He looks thrilled. Oh my gosh.
People in the chat room are talking about how Burrow, Ben S says Burrow has Trump hands. J-Dub says Marty is poo. And they're talking, and Shockhead says Joe doesn't look happy to be going to the Bengals.
And listen, I want to jump on that too. The pick is in for Washington, by the way. But I do want to say real quick, I do give a kudos to Joe Burrow. He's been training with Jordan Palmer, and what was the other? Carson Palmer was his brother, and Palmer did nothing but shit all over the Bengals and said, if I was Joe Burrow, I wouldn't go there. But kudos to him, man. Joe Burrow has the mindset that I want to turn around a bottom feeder NFL team. And if you believe that you're the best, then that's the mindset that you should have. You shouldn't tell the number one team, nah, trade it, I'm going to go somewhere else. I mean, if you believe that you're the shit, go prove it and do what LeBron did for the Cavaliers, what Michael Jordan did for the Bulls. Mm-hmm. I know that's basketball, but if you're the man, go fucking be the man. And that's what he's trying to do. So kudos to him.
Moneybags did point out this, Galden and Greer. Hey, it turns out he can't draft people that have that play wide receiver or their names that start with G other than Jordan Gross. Ever since Jordan Gross, he put G's out of the alphabet here. So you're right, Mr. Froth. Thank you for this the support of this to the C3 Panthers podcast. He says, I'd love to get Simmons. Thanks for what y'all do. Keep pounding. We're here every Tuesday night, guys. Go ahead and call into the Cat Calls line. The number's 252-228-5098. Who do you want the Panthers to draft? What do you expect to happen? We got another call in the hole. I'm going to go ahead and play it as we wait for the Redskins to select Chase Young.
I think it's going to happen.
If this isn't Chase Young,
what's up? C3, this is Carl D.
What's up,
What's
Carl?
going on? Draft night, huh? Yeah. If I would have, wish I would have asked off, I could have joined the show.
You're on the show right now,
What's going on, Cody?
What's up?
I would have thought that you'd be wearing your Simmons jersey, but you shocked me. You got on the Panthers shirt. I would have thought you would have came tonight all decked out in your Clemson colors with Simmons on there.
I'll wear my Trevor Lawrence jersey when it's time to draft.
Since you love Herbert so much, I thought you would have had the Justin Herbert jersey.
Coming after you on the Herbert.
One of the two, since them seem to be the two that you love the most. Which I don't understand about the Herbert part, because Herbert sucks. But anyway, that's not neither here or there. So you guys, y'all ready for this pick?
Hell yeah, we're ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you are. So Tony, who's the man that you want, Tony?
I want Tua.
That you want, not popular demand. Who is the player, Tony, that you would love for the Panthers to draft? We already know who it is for Cody. We already know Cody's top two. But we ain't asking Cody. I want to know the other people that's on the panel, even the special guest guy. Our special guest, I don't know his name because I came into the chat room late. But even him, sir, who is the player that you love for the Panthers to take at number 7 if they keep the pick? Because I'm hearing a lot of news of chatter about them trading back down in the draft. But if they keep 7, who will be the player that you would choose as well?
Chase Young is talking to Redskins right now.
All right.
Yep.
It looks like Chase Young is going to be the selection for the Washington Redskins. And I would say this is that the person I want is Tua. I can't pronounce your last name Lagavalola. And the reason I want Tua is because I love Cam. Love Cam Newton, and I need something that helps shine through the shade of not having Cam, and I think that Tua could do that for us. The other thing that is to me is I've also just believed that Tua was completely out of our reach, so I've not tried to believe that, get too much excited about it.
Cody, you got the pick?
The Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State.
All right.
So gentlemen,
there's Ron.
Gentlemen, the draft is underway. We knew what number 1 was going to be. We knew what number 2 was going to be. Right now, Detroit's on the clock. Right here, you're looking at, hey, let's be real. This could be the first landing spot for both of the players that Panther fans want the most, Isaiah Simmons or Jeffrey Okudah. We need the next 2 teams to pass on both of those players because 5 and 6 both need a quarterback. So, we'll see, man. We need the Lions to go Derek Brown. That's what we're hoping for.
If you had your pick of the litter, Gene, don't think about the visits, don't think about anything. Who is the player you would wish that could be wearing a Panthers jersey tonight by the end of the night?
Okudah. I wouldn't mind. It's the top corner in the draft. I'd really, if we're going to stay at 7 and he fell, then he'd be the ideal pick for us. I still have questions about Tua's injury status. I know everybody loves Tua, and I like Tua too. And if they had been able to clear all his medicals, I'd be for it. But then again, with everything leading up to the draft and how I don't think this is by signing Teddy Bridgewater, this is a year that are looking to get the next franchise quarterback. Maybe that's next year, and they go after one of the top 2 out of next year draft because we're in a division with Brady, Breeze, and Ryan, and I think we're just going to get pretty beat down this year, and I think we'll be up in the top end of the draft again next year. So Okuda, start working on that back end of that defense, putting back air with Jackson, and just start building on that defense and start filling some of those holes in.
Cody, you know what Okuda means for defensive coordinators is no worries about that other side of the field. Okuda Matata. You know what that means? No worries, because that man's locked down half of the field.
Your dad
All
was
right.
on point tonight. I appreciate it.
The good news about the rest of this draft is all cards are off the table as to what could happen from this point.
Yeah.
Did you,
You know,
say
those
my
first
dad
picks were pretty-
jokes?
Yeah, man, that's a good dad joke.
Oh,
I
God.
mean, you're
It
talking
was
about
kind of a
the
good dad
final
joke. I'm not gonna
man.
lie.
And hey, take a compliment. I said it was a good one.
I am a dad. I am a dad and a joker. I
You
walked
are.
into my... So my son does not like football at all, and I just like to mess with him. And I walked into his room. I was like, "You want to come watch the draft with us?" And he was like, "What's that?" A and B. I said it's when we pick players, and he goes, "So you want me to watch when we pick players for football team?" He's like, "I'm good. I'm gonna be in here playing Roblox."
All right, so the Lions have made their pick.
Yeah,
So they did not trade it.
There has been no trade.
No trades. All of it's smoke.
We're moments away from seeing.
This tells us a lot. What if they took Tua?
Dude, I'm sitting here thinking, what if that's a possibility at this point?
Well, they don't need a quarterback, though, right?
Well, the thing is that again, you know, Tua, can you expect him to start this year?
Yeah, that's true.
And Stafford has not been the answer, truly.
Yeah, unless he has an elite wide receiver, he has not been able to do much with that team. I mean, I'm not,
and it might not be his fault, but they just haven't gotten it done in a decade.
Right. I mean, most quarterbacks though can't get it done without an elite wide receiver. Think about it. I mean, even the great quarterbacks, Brett Favre and Tom Brady, have an elite wide receiver at some point in time.
At some point, but I mean, that's not. They at least have success without them. Cam Newton, when his MVP season, didn't have an elite wide receiver. Tom Brady, for the majority of his career, didn't have an elite wide receiver.
See, I got to argue that. I think that Wes Welker and Julian Edelman, Randy Moss,
Julian Edelman and Wes Welker are slot receivers.
Yeah, but
Randy Moss was there for 1 year.
You know, they're probably Hall of Fame. Well, I don't know about Wes Welker, but maybe Julian Edelman's Hall of Famer.
All right. With the third pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jeffrey Okuda. Corner.
All right. Tua still there. All right, so now the Giants go. The Giants, here has been my theory or a possibility, is I believe that Dave Gettleman might be interested in taking Isaiah Simmons here. And the reason I think this is, I mean, it's all anecdotal stuff, but Dave Gettleman, first he played on a team where a defense was built around Luke Kuechly. So having a kind of transcendental player in the house, you know, when it comes to that, is important to him. But I also know that when he talked about Saquon, he talked about just special players out there. So you got to wonder if he's salivating at a guy like Isaiah Simmons or if they go Tristan Wirfs. All right, Greg, your boy's up in the house.
Yeah, sorry. Travis, my homeboy, my co-host from my other show, my Canadian friend and a Giants fan, wanted to come on tonight and talk about some Giants on the clock. So, Travis, what's up, man?
Not much, boys. Just watching the draft and really, really scared Gettleman's going to screw the pooch, as they say. I'm hoping it's Simmons. I'm really hoping it's Simmons. But something tells me that when the chips are down, he's going to take an offensive tackle like Tristan Wirfs.
But he's never done that when he was with the Panthers, so that might be not the worst thing ever.
Well, our defense was ranked 25th last year, and quite frankly, it was the shits. It was terrible.
He's probably going to take Derek Brown.
Wouldn't surprise me, or he'll trade down and make me have to watch even longer in anticipation for an offensive tackle. He's good with the first round, but after that, he doesn't get many gems. I think his first one in a while was Slayton last year. Him and Danny Dimes had some chemistry. He had no chemistry with Eli, but he had a lot of chemistry with Danny Dimes. So
Travis, before the pick jumps in real quick right here, why Isaiah Simmons? You have Saquon Barkley. You just draft. Okay, now I know I'm a huge Isaiah Simmons fan. I'm a Clemson fan. So, okay, you're not going to tell me about Isaiah. I know he's incredible, but the reason I ask is you just drafted a quarterback. You have Saquon Barkley, who was the most athletic running back in the NFL. Why not draft a player to make their life easier?
because you can get those players in free agency or trade a little bit easier than finding a generational talent like Simmons. I'm a big fan of drafting the best available player, regardless of position, except for quarterbacks, because I feel like almost any a top 10, top 15 quarterback can win a Super Bowl, but you need really top end talent to surround him with.
I like it. And that goes to my point of Dave Gettleman when he talked about Saquon. As he said, this guy's like, there's not many Barry Sanders that come along. And Cody, the way you gush over Isaiah Simmons, obviously there's not a lot of Isaiah Simmons that come along.
There really isn't. I mean, he moves well by cornerback standards. He's built well by linebacker standards. I mean, there isn't anything that you could ask him to do that he won't be able to do. Now, does he need a little bit of polish because he hasn't spent time honing in on all the details and the intricacies on every position? Sure, but that doesn't matter, man. You're going to be able to put him anywhere on the football field, and the opposing offenses are going to have to try and adjust to whatever you're doing based on wherever he is on the field.
They're getting an offensive tackle. They're got to get an offensive tackle. But
nightmare. He has the potential to be a once-in-a-lifetime player, but you have to have a coach who knows how to deploy him.
Do you think
try and stamp him at one position, that might not be the best thing for him to do. So
do you think that if Dave Gettleman was considering Isaiah Simmons, that Shaq Thompson might give him cold feet?
Not really, because there's a big difference.
Shaq was kind of a tweener and a positionless player.
But the level at which they did those things was
much different.
Pretty night and day.
Yeah, I don't think you can compare Shaq Thompson and Isaiah Simmons in college. Like they both, like you said, they both had different positions, kind of that jackknife player. But Simmons is far and beyond where Shaq Thompson was in talent level, I believe.
All right, so Travis, let's go to you first. Big fan of your podcast, the Super Civil Servants podcast, and I am a fan of a movie on Netflix right now, an indie film called Code 8. Did you like it?
Very good, sir. Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm super excited about the TV show that they're getting off the ground. I'm hoping that it becomes more. I just got to say, a little off topic, but if we don't draft Simmons, I'm going to forget that this draft ever happened.
Yeah!
Just to let you guys know.
My man.
That's what living in Canada does for you.
Yes, it does. It helps you forget just a little tiny bit more.
Hey!
But no, Tony, I really enjoyed it, and it was all done by crowdfunding, so hopefully this might implore other artists to do the same, because Hollywood's kind of like a little pick and choosy in what they do, and it wouldn't have got made if this wasn't done the way that it was. So
did you find it a little tropish though?
Oh yeah, but it was made about 6 or 7 years ago on a budget of $2.5 million. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, they did a good job with that.
Like the effects, all that stuff was done. It was mostly the Arrow crew from the Arrow TV show that helped out a lot with that. So I think he kind of got a lot of free work from people, but I did enjoy the movie, especially for what it was.
Cody, go ahead and tell them what I'm becoming. You just witnessed more and more transition into nerdland for Tony Dunn.
Tony's trying to do everything in his power to not be labeled a nerd, which I don't know why, dude. Nerds rule the world. We're not the people being stuffed in lockers anymore. We're the ones running Hollywood and shit. So, yeah, Tony's trying to push it off, but he's a nerd. Don't
right.
Different.
The Giants are on the clock. How much time?
The pick is in.
Oh,
so
thank God.
As soon as they start to say it, I'm just going to announce it. I don't know if...
I'm just glad they haven't traded down. That's all.
No, there's still a minute left, or 45 seconds left.
I'm not even looking at the YouTube chat. I don't.
Yeah, I can't look at the YouTube chat. I got a screencast to my TV. So, all right, here we go. T-Bone.
Don't break my heart, Cody. Don't break my heart. Don't break my heart, Cody. Don't break my heart.
Hey, man, it's either your heart's gonna be broken or mine.
I know.
So, if yours or mine, it's gonna be one of us, man.
Come on, Hog Molly.
But we both have the same idea on how to get over it, though.
Oh yeah.
Steve Simmons on the board.
T-Money.
Hey, T-Money in the house. What's up, T-Money?
What's up, fellas?
Oh man.
So
waiting to see what the Giants do here.
We will see. All right. I'm going to ask T-Money to think about this. I'm in a conversation on Twitter right now, and I said that drafting wide receivers was Marty Herney's white whale, and this guy is defending Marty Herney, saying he got Steve Smith in the third and DJ Moore, and he hasn't really drafted but 10 wide receivers in history.
So 2 out of 10.
What do you think, T-Money, about his record with wide receivers?
He took a lot of bad ones out of USC, wasn't it him? Dwayne Jarrett and
Kerry Colbert. Kerry Colbert was all right. He was just like undersized. Like he was just he's just like a third receiver.
Yeah. So he took some bad ones, but
the Armani Edwards trade up was the big problem, I think.
And I hate they didn't give him a fair shot. I still say to this day, if Armani would have got to play quarterback, he would have had a good year. Everyone who's ever seen Appalachian when Armani was at.
Everybody hold up. I'm about to pick.
Drop it.
Dave Gettleman.
He's going to surprise everybody.
I know. You don't know.
He took Daniel Jones at 6.
Tua Tagovailoa.
The fourth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, left tackle.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and light that up, brother.
Travis, yeah.
Travis. All right. Let's talk Travis off the ledge here. Don't be upset by this, Travis, because we witnessed Dave Gettleman be the head of our squad for 5 years, where he told us the answer was on the roster. He told us that Byron Bell could play left tackle because he was left-handed. He is the one that paid Matt Khalil, and also, if you remember, he paid Matt Soldier a ton of money. Maybe he's learning his lesson here. Travis, I know it's not it's hard to get excited about an offensive tackle, but if he's there for 10 years, it's a good thing.
It is, yes, but our defense is still absolutely terrible, and it's not really going to look like it's going to improve this year. So clearly we're not going for the playoffs this year. There's no thought of that, even though our division is pretty, like 8-8 usually gets you in. Mm-hmm. I'm just so disappointed right now.
I don't know if it's something to be disappointed. I think if your offense can do enough to keep the defense off the field, then I think at that point, because I mean, you have a generational running back as well with Saquon Barkley, who is going to be able to keep the clock running. You're going to really, honestly, with a improved offensive line, you're going to actually see what you have with Daniel Jones, right?
And also, if I may jump in, Travis, I work for DraftTech.com. Andrew Thomas was my number one offensive tackle.
I had him written down as well, yeah.
The dude had got better every year he played right tackle as a freshman, then 2 years as a left tackle. I mean, the dude went up against the best SEC talent and was lights out the entire time he was there at Georgia. His pass sets are incredible. Hand placement is good. I mean, for the investment that you've made at quarterback and running back, I mean, Andrew Thomas is a great pick to have. So I know it's not Isaiah, but it's still a pretty damn good pick if you're asking me.
Shout out to Nathan.
While you say that.
Yeah, right.
Shout out to Nathan Siebens on Twitter. He's watching from Oregon right now. We appreciate your support of the podcast and keep pounding Panther Nation. Cody, as Andrew Thomas, who has been a name that has gone kind of dark when it comes to that offensive lineman group because of a Mekhi Becton, a Tristan Riffs, what do you think all of a sudden does this spark off the run on offensive tackles here?
Well, hey, everyone was saying Miami was going to trade up for one, and they're on the clock right now. But in my mind, this is Tua. I mean, everyone's been saying the Dolphins are tanking for Tua. That's been the storyline for the over a year now. And hey, this is the same organization that passed on Drew Brees because of health concerns. Are they going to make the same mistake twice in a row? I mean, I don't know. I think if you're Miami, I'm drafting Tua, but all the reports say that they love Justin Herbert. So I don't know. It'll be interesting, but I legitimately think two quarterbacks are coming off the board at 5 and 6.
So, and that means that
I think so too.
So here's the thing: there's only 2 more picks before Panthers, and that leaves 3 players. A lot of people would consider 7, and that is Tua, you have Herbert, and then Isaiah Simmons. Mm-hmm. So there is a chance that a lot of people are going to be happy about whatever pick we get.
Yeah,
still sitting here watching his
Simmons, Brown, or Kinlaw.
Yeah, he was getting drafted next. He's on TV right now for the Miami. There's no way they have him on the television. He's not getting drafted.
We heard a lot about the Dolphins doing crazy due diligence about Tua, right? So really, is that they would be, but we have continued to hear that maybe they could pick Herbert instead. That would shake things up because then the Chargers
put that out there.
You think so?
They just put that out there. I don't
smoke.
Their fan base and their team has. Remember, they were planning on tanking for Tua before the beginning of last year.
Yeah, it's been like 2 years since they watched the national championship game. They've been tanking since he beat Georgia.
Yeah, so I think Tua is gonna come off, and then Herbert's gonna go to the Chargers because he's a West Coast dude.
Then.
So the
this was interesting because they if they take an offensive lineman here, they have enough picks to possibly make it interesting with our pick at 7 if they wanted to try to trade back up. I mean,
don't you think it's risky to do that? Shouldn't they do it opposite? Is pick the quarterback and then trade?
Either or.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why it's interesting. That's what makes 7 interesting right now because we can either go with Simmons, the rumored Henderson, or if they want to trade back and Miami's loaded, they want to come back up for that line.
If Isaiah Simmons is on the board and they take C.J. Henderson,
are you gonna lose it?
Every game next year.
All right, T Money. T Money.
Believe me, a lot of people don't want Henderson as 7.
T Money, you always get on me for being over emotional. It sounds like you got some feels about Isaiah Simmons.
I do, right? But even more so than I love Isaiah Simmons, I hate C.J. Henderson at 7.
Why? Tell us why. Tell us why.
I agree.
I'm not taking a guy at 7 if you tell me, well, last year wasn't his best year. Really, you got to look at his tape the year before. Well, then really he should have came out the year before.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have went back to school then.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Here's the pick. With the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa.
Boo!
Tua for Carolina. Yeah.
All right. Well, I have no skin in the game left.
All right, the Panthers are 2 picks away, boys. 2 picks away.
It gives me just enough time. I'll be right back.
Chargers don't surprise us, bro. Take Herbert.
So I think that again, if I'm GM of the Chargers, I like the idea of picking Simmons, pairing him with Derwin James, getting that defensive front rolling, and going and getting Cam Newton and winning the damn Super Bowl. That is, in a weak AFC, a real possibility to do. But right now, the draft has been par for the mock drafts. It is just going as planned at this point. Yeah. Will the Chargers shake it up, or will they go quarterback?
Other people. I think Gettleman surprised other people, but he didn't surprise us.
You know what I could see happening right here? I could see the Browns jumping ahead of Carolina because they probably suspect we'll take Isaiah Simmons, and then trying to trade with the Chargers because I think the Chargers know that Carolina's probably not going to go after Herbert.
Wow.
So, and the Browns are what, at 10?
That's risky. Yeah, still risky though, because I mean, that would allow another team to jump in front of the Chargers for a lot less to be further back. And you don't know what Belichick's thinking because there was a lot of reports that Tua fell past 10. That Belichick would go after Tua. I don't know. The 10.
I just know
still there.
I know
around 10. It may not cost as much for somebody to get up to 9 or somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. I know that there's a lot of Browns fans. One of my buddies actually was calling me the other day. He said he expects to trade with Carolina to come up and pick Isaiah Simmons, and us trade back. But I told him I'm not entirely sure that we'll do that, but I would like to see us trade back just for a little more capital. But we'll see. I'm hoping for Isaiah Simmons at the same time, though.
I think people are scared of the Patriots unnecessarily because of their reputation. Mm-hmm. They do not have the picks and the capital that they used to have each year. If you remember, it would always be that they were able to trade a 32nd pick for next year's first. So they'd be just racking up stuff. That is not what the Patriots have done in the last couple of years. I don't even know. Do they have a first round pick? Is it late? The Saints pick is late. We kind of think that is as some of the teams that we expect every year to do something really don't have a lot to offer this year.
The Patriots
I had this retweeted about the Patriots.
2 years or something.
What's that, Gene?
I said I had that retweeted, all the Patriots picks, because they do have, like he was saying, they do have quite a few picks. I mean, they might only have one first rounder, but they got a couple of thirds, a couple of fourths, a couple of fifths. I mean, they're loaded.
Yeah, one of my friends is a Dolphins fan, and he was talking about that. They almost have as many picks as the Dolphins over the next couple of years.
They do? Gosh.
Yeah. Because they always trade out of rounds.
I know. I thought that had been something of the past more, so I feel like I have not heard them accumulating a ton. They did get a fourth for Gronk.
I don't know. I didn't fact check him, but he keeps up, because that's division.
Right.
He was like, they have a couple picks less than us over the next couple years.
And Nova Black was going to join us tonight, but he said his Google account and phone are acting up, so he told me to tell everybody what's up and send love to everybody on the C3 podcast from Nova Black.
My man.
Hey, Nova, we'll miss you, man.
My man.
Pats have 13 picks this year.
The Pats have 13 picks this year?
Yeah, they have 23, 87, 98, 100, 112.
Well, don't listen to me. You know what? As Gene,
212, 213.
Guys, Gene came on this show right now. He put me on blast on Twitter for something I tweeted 3 years ago. I was all on the Fournette train that year. Yeah, well, sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes we get it wrong, folks. Oh, T-Money, someone who's been here since the beginning. How much shit did they give me when I got upset about Kelvin Benjamin back in the day? They gave me mad shit talking about, oh man, you this and that, because I was all on Allen Robinson and Bradley Roby that year. But I tell you, not a lot of people get it right.
But I said it a couple episodes ago. Tony's never had a wet dream for anybody as much as he did for Kevin White.
Oh, you're right about that. You're right about that. But if you think about this, is why Kevin White had a failed career. The point is that now
the pick is in.
All right, they didn't trade it back.
All right, no, they're not. All right, go ahead, Tony. They're not.
Okay.
They're not.
So and you're so right. First of all, T-Money's memory is like an elephant. Second, you're right about that. But if you think about the criticisms that have come for us squandering the Cam era, they were with our inability to put weapons around him. And I think I'm trying to justify, because Kevin White turned out to be a giant bust.
And when I said y'all guys weren't around, but Kevin White got a whole podcast and a half, probably just how good he was going to be and how
we had graphics. We made graphics for Homeboy. I tell you this is that was a man that looked good in underwear. That's what happens. You know, Sammy Coates was a little bit of that for me too. As I saw Sammy Coates look all cock D's and run really fast, and I was like, oh yeah. And he didn't do shit either.
I want to say like that too.
Dolph Kleeman tweeted. Kleeman tweeted that they took Herbert.
Don't read Twitter. Let's just let this happen on because I don't want to believe nothing I hear from Twitter. I don't want nothing to spoil it. I don't want to hear that we took fucking Derek Brown.
Oh, hold on this. Is this real? Is this real? I didn't get to see. I wasn't watching the stream. It said somebody tweeted this. Why was Dave Gettleman wearing a mask in his house by himself?
Yep, he was. He did.
He put it on after.
Funny.
Yeah,
he put it on while in. He must have been planning on going out.
After they made
the NFL draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert.
All right. Isaiah Simmons is the Carolina Panther. We're getting Simmons.
Okay. But oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so upset.
That's going to be interesting.
So we get to pick between Simmons and Derek Brown, because I could definitely see Marty fucking up
Derek Brown.
But I think Simmons matches exactly what Rule wants to do.
Rule wants to do.
Yeah. Yes, speed, athleticism. He wants athletes on the field.
Oh, I can't believe this is going to fall.
Multiple is another word he likes. I believe Matt Rule and Al Davis would have gotten along wonderfully.
Please don't.
This doesn't bode well for Cam Newton, does it?
Please don't fuck
No.
Hey, yes, thank you, Coach. Hey, what do y'all think if we get Simmons and Kuechly as his coach? Dude,
that's the dream.
Daryl,
right there, man.
Right?
That's the dream, dude.
Daryl Beveridge.
Put the pick in. Go and put it in.
Daryl Beveridge in the chat says this is, well, Cam will be going to the Patriots.
Well, I hope he kind of does, man.
Where does Jameis Winston end up now? I mean, because he's going to be a backup somewhere now.
Yeah, he's got to. Every quarterback cover team just picked up who they needed, except for New England.
His last chance might have been the XFL.
What about Denver?
No, they have Drew Lock.
Yeah.
They'll
bring in Homeboy as the backup.
But Marty can't totally mess it up because Herbert is off the board. That was him, and like I said, CJ Henderson is the two that would I totally would be pissed.
This is Cody's boy. This is Cody's boy. Dang, Justin Herbert. He loves Justin Herbert. He thinks he's the white Cam.
But that means that's
not
officially done.
That's not even what I'm saying. When you put him in a better nobody knew who Joe Burrow was before Joe Brady helped him out tremendously with that system. What I'm saying is you can't tell me that if you put Justin Herbert in a better system than that god-awful Oregon offense, that he wouldn't have success. He would absolutely have success. You just have to build around him. But it don't matter.
I tell you this, because I'm looking at this boy right now, and he is not no Cam Newton. That is for damn sure.
Dude, the pick is in right now.
Okay, so we didn't trade.
All right.
I swear, if this is DJ Henderson, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Come on.
Oh, I'm probably gonna get off real quick.
Please take Simmons.
Simmons, come on. I think we're all
gonna see like 6 people celebrate here.
I'm not reading the chat. I'm not reading the chat. Sorry, chat. You're gonna have to wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I'm closing my eyes. I'm closing my eyes.
Come on.
I'm closing my eyes.
Okay.
I'll take back
my goodness gracious.
every
Commercial.
Commercial.
I saved one shot for this pick. So here we go.
All right, round table prediction. Everybody thinks it's going to be Simmons. Big Chauncey says it's Brown. No, he didn't say. He's not saying they called it. He's saying it's got to be Brown.
I'm telling you, the only reason I see that being a possibility is the moves they made at linebacker. Right? They've already signed Shaq Thompson.
No, I just want to say this. Nobody read the chat until after we know. Sorry, chat room. We love you. We want to. I'm not trying to hear that we took Brown fucking 5 seconds before from a comment.
All right, so from what went from being potentially one of the most exciting shakeup drafts, it has gone
exactly as expected.
Yeah, it's just like blueprint. And if anything, Dave Gettleman shook it up by taking the guy that was supposed to be number 1 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Sure.
Most polished guy, most polished tackle in the draft.
Yep.
Oh, please go Simmons.
But the only reason I say that is we got to hear Whitehead, in the free agency. So we made moves at linebacker.
We still need a third linebacker.
I know, but I don't know if they're going to
put. He can play more than linebacker. That's what's so.
That's the part of it.
About
that's the benefit that I could see.
Well, the good news is we need a strong safety. We need a linebacker. We're going to need him to play like he played at Clemson.
We need every position that Isaiah Simmons plays.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I'm just thinking about in the nickel with him and Shaq in the middle of the field.
Well, if you're looking at one situation out of 20, though, I mean, out of
how about this? Bitch ass Gronk is going to have to go back into retirement after Simmons gets a hold of him. Bam!
Yes, and put them in the dirt. Oh, that's fucking going, Mario. Don't
ever.
All I'm saying is
I've ever said about Marty Hernandez.
He might channel his inner Gettleman though and go Derek Brown.
No,
he's not going to do it. He's not going to go Derek Brown. I think the Luke Kuechly pick in 2012 gives us hope for this. Yeah. The Carolina Panthers had John Beeson and Thomas Davis. John Beeson was coming off an injury, but you remember he was training with the rubber bands in the sand and all that mess. He looked like a beast then. Beeson was awesome. By the way, Beeson was the better linebacker until the comeback for Davis.
Yeah. Well, hey, but think about it. Hasn't Carolina always had a good linebacking core? I mean, always. Sam Mills, Lamar Lathan, John Beeson, Thomas Davis, Luke Kuechly,
Dan Morgan, Will Witherspoon.
Dan Morgan. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've always had a great linebacking core. This guy falls in line.
Is Christian making the pick?
No, but they're about to read it. It's been in for a minute. So hold on.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. God.
Jerry Jeudy, Alabama.
Shut the hell up, dude.
I wouldn't be pissed, but
it's going to happen. We're picking a wide receiver here. I don't know.
I'll ride
Who
with
knows?
Is good
Who
enough.
knows?
Oh,
I'm
God.
not reading the chat.
I'm getting a headache.
What is going on? Why is it not the pick?
Why do they have to put Mel's best available between
you boys
every
definitely don't
pick?
look at Twitter.
All right, here we go.
All right, here it is.
All right.
Oh, Matt Rule put on a suit? This guy, I don't know how to feel about him right now.
The office has one Carolina Panthers thing in it.
With the 7th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers select Derek fucking Brown, dude.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God.
It's real.
Okay. All right.
It's a freaking joke, dude.
It's not. It was a need. It was a
my
need,
God.
and Derek Brown's an elite player. Let's defend. I'm going to defend this pick. I'm going to defend this pick. The Carolina Panthers
I mean,
couldn't.
we needed defensive tackle, but when Isaiah Simmons is on the board,
my God. Guys, I wanted a reason to love Matt Rule and Tepper era, and I thought
He don't even look that big, dude, in that chair. Is that chair a giant-sized chair? Oh, he's crying.
Dude, I blame Marty Horney for this shit, dude.
Salad. What do you think? His favorite meal is salad?
Probably
I hope not. I hope not.
If Isaiah Simmons was not off the board and we took Derek Brown, I would be okay. But when Isaiah Simmons slips to 7, and you take Derek Brown,
he's a good player. I don't want
the Panthers could not stop the run to save their life last year. They couldn't
because they switched to a 3-4.
And also yes, that's a great point, T Money. The other point though is that the Panthers in 2012, after firing Marty Hurney, or 2013, when they started their strong run, did it by double dipping at defensive tackle. This was Dave Gettleman with Star Latulele and then KK Short. So while, it's hard to get excited about a Hog Molly, is that they are important to the roster. And right now we had no defensive tackles. We have none. This guy's going to be handed a starting job from day one.
Yeah.
You could have traded down and took Derek Brown, though. You could have traded down and just took Kinlaw.
So we talked about earlier about falling in love and giving away faces. Does this look like the face of a man who loved Derek Brown?
Oh my goodness! It's the same picture. It's like Norv and DJ Moore, right? And you said it, Gene, before the show popped off. Is that the Carolina that they're good at giving it away, and they've given it away. And almost once Herbert was gone, does that make Derek Brown inevitable?
Hey, I'll be right back.
I think they probably had
I think after he fell to him, it was inevitable.
Brown was going to beat her, and that's who they was going to take.
The Cardinals picking so quick. You guys think it's going to be Simmons, or who do you guys think it is?
Yeah, it's got to be. Who would not take him? Who would not take him? The Carolina Panthers and the Giants, obviously.
By the way, is that I think that the Cardinals are on the come up big time.
Yeah.
You add Simmons.
The Cardinals are
they might take Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb.
They'd probably take CeeDee Lamb over Jerry Jeudy, just off the Murray and Lamb connection.
Yeah. That's true. But they could take either one of those two, just basically because of that connection. And you put
J-Dub says we wasted the star pick. Star Latulele was a great pick for us. Nick Montiero says he gave us $4.99. He says happy birthday to Brian Burns, best on the Panthers roster. He says WTF. He also said he would have donated $50 to the podcast earlier had we had picked Isaiah Simmons. So he's sneakily going, well, I saved myself. Well, first of all, you didn't save yourself anything because you're donating. So you're just generous and cool. Other than the shit you give to Tony every week. Other than that, I do like Brown over Simmons though. And right now, how about this? All right, so I meant not Simmons, Sim over Kinlaw. Brown over.
I was about to say what?
Brown over Kinlaw is what I'm saying. I think that Brown is
Brown over Kinlaw.
I don't know.
It's kind of the safer. It's the safer bet, man. And the other question I have to you guys when it comes to this is that at least so now is that if you would you have been more upset, T Money, had you heard C.J. Henderson's name announced?
Oh yeah. I would have left to hang out and been done for the night. The Cardinals took Isaiah Simmons right after us.
It wouldn't last much longer.
Did the Cardinals take Isaiah Simmons?
Yeah. I can't believe he lasted as long as he did.
He did go to the Cardinals?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. He's off the board now.
Oh my goodness! All right, so the draft has gone from being excited to unexciting.
I'd rather him go to the Cardinals and like keep slipping to like Atlanta.
Right. That's
Same
a good
way
way.
I don't want Atlanta to get. Same way I don't want Atlanta to get Kinlaw either, because Kinlaw and Grady Jarrett in the middle might be unblockable.
Kinlaw might be going next, or in the next one or two. Jacksonville, Cleveland Giants, or Jets.
Jacksonville needs a corner, so they might take C.J. Henderson.
No.
Didn't AJ Boye leave too?
Yes.
So
and Njoku is making a big mess right now too. So I could see maybe the Jaguars doing some draft capital trade to try to get something for Njoku.
Somebody in the chat says this current montage of Isaiah Simmons just seems like it's rubbing it in now.
Rubbing it in, yes. Oh man,
I don't know. I don't know if he plays. Does he?
Hey, is Travis still there? Yeah, Hey, now we both get to smoke weed all heartbroken and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll think of you tonight, man. Yeah.
I'm just terribly disappointed. Terribly disappointed.
I feel exactly what you're going through. And can I just say, man, and listen, I don't. Tony is right. It is what the doctor ordered. Our run defense was abysmal. Derek Brown is going to be that presence in the middle that we have not had in a long time. But I'm just going to be honest, man. I don't trust the evaluation process of the Carolina Panthers. I mean, even if we're talking about,
do you believe this was like T Money said, too set in stone?
I mean, I don't even know. I just think that Marty Herney is so apparent. Like what Gene said, showing a picture, it's like you always know who we're going to draft by who Marty Herney is seen making Google eyes with at their pro day. It's like that's who we pick.
Well, if we're going off that, then I mean, I guess we would have took Herbert if he was available.
DJ Moore.
Well, he was gone though. You never know. They would have taken him. He would have goo-goo-eyed.
Love of Derek Brown through this whole process. I mean, it ain't just the pro day. They met with him at the combine, and then just the media members who continuously brought his name up when in connection with us. You heard his name more than anybody else, and it was just the same as last year. And the year before that with Gettleman, even when Gettleman was around, a lot of this. I mean,
Brian
just
Burns
drums
surprised
it
me
up.
a little bit.
And this kind of answers a question everybody had, because everybody thought Rule might be. Everybody like, is Herney going to be a decision, or is Rule going to get the final decision tonight? And this feels like a Herney pick. So
I would disagree with Cody a little bit though. I feel like Burns and DJ Moore both surprised me a little bit.
I mean, DJ Moore.
When we took Brian Burns,
yeah, but you saw, you know what it was? It was Norv that gave away the DJ Moore pick, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. It was Norv Turner.
All right, here, Cody,
when
take
Brian
over.
Burns got picked, though, I thought we were gonna take Montez, though.
Well, I would like to say that Chase Young, do you believe he's going to be the rookie defensive player of the year or special teams player of the year? Question for that. But I want to go to the calls, and Cody, you take the mic after the call, all right? Cody, you take the mic.
Yep.
Oh, man, I'm kind of disappointed. We didn't get Simmons, but hopefully we get another good pick in the second round. Alrighty, guys. Hope you have a good day. This is Anthony Rochelle. You know, I just kind of disappointed, but you know, it is what it is. Panthers for life. Keep pounding.
Keep pounding. Is that I guess that's the last call. Yeah, man. I think we're all. I don't know, man. And I didn't want to be a pessimist and be like, oh, I don't want to get my hopes up because I'm always disappointed. But here I am again, disappointed, man.
Right.
And I just want to add a little bit of why. So Brown is a good pick for us, but I just don't think that you draft a run-stopping defensive tackle with a top 10 pick. I don't think he offers a lot of upside as a pass rusher. So, in my opinion, you're talking about a player whose only function is to stop the run. So, yeah.
I mean, we were a terrible run defense last year. So,
yeah,
based on that logic, it makes sense. But, man, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
Got to wonder what this is going to do with all the purging they've done on the roster, because they couldn't move KK's contract here. And speaking of KK, I mean, you got to feel like ever since he got that big deal, he's kind of underperformed on his contract. And if it wasn't for the dead cap on that contract, you wonder if they would have moved on from him.
Yeah. And I think to piggyback on what Gene just said, I do think that K1 Short's best years were when he had Starla Tulare next to him. And he did have that big, powerful defensive tackle that was going to draw some double teams in the middle and give K1 Short those one-on-one matchups. And I don't know that he ever had that chemistry with Dontari Poe or Gerald McCoy. So, yeah. And you have to think Brian Burns, K1 Short, Derek Brown, you have Christian Miller. By the way, the Jaguars just selected CJ Henderson. Wow.
Well, they needed to replace Ramsey, so
yeah.
Those reports about CJ going in top 10, they weren't wrong.
Dude, his whole family looks bored as fuck. Oh my god.
Guys, I wanted so badly to be able to talk on Tuesday about how much I was excited about.
Man. I know, dude.
It was there. It was right there for the taking.
Well, I think what we need to do now, and I think a lot of us, a defensive tackle isn't a sexy pick, and I think we're all a little jaded by the draft of Vernon Butler. He's the most recent defensive tackle that we've drafted, and to have him be a bust in the first round is tough. The other part is he was drafted late that year because we had went to the Super Bowl that year. But no, I'm going to hold my judgment until I actually see in depth. Like I always try to do the highlights, but until you can actually look into the actual, as Cody probably done with him, the actual technique and his actual value that he's going to bring to the team. I think it's fair to say let's wait and then we'll talk about that Tuesday.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think this is a good pick.
What you'll get out of these prospects until 2-3 years under it, anyways.
I think it's a good pick. You need the Panthers defensive line is a wreck right now. Not only have we lost defensive ends, Mario Addison was so important to this defense, even though he was aging. Right now, we saw the problems that were apparent because of the lack of defensive tackles. KK Short is my dude. We all love him, but we don't know how he's going to look after. I mean, I won't say how he's going to look after, but we missed him last year sorely, and you never know what's going to happen with with a player coming off an injury. So while the Derek Brown pick is not necessarily the sexiest of picks, we could have been picking C.J. Henderson, which the Browns did. And you know what? Kudos to the Browns. Think about that. Now they got 2 top corners. They've got as usual for the last couple of years, or for the last year or so, the Browns look good on paper.
Hey,
just to correct you, it was the Jags that picked up C.J. Henderson, not the
Oh,
Browns.
really? It was the Jags? Okay, man.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. So the Browns pick is in right now then. I'm sitting here watching the Browns pick is in. I'm just watching the highlights from the previous pick.
Got to be offensive tackle for the Browns.
All right, so the Browns don't have the 2 best corners or 2 good corners now.
So
if I'm really damn good one now.
Is this kid announcing the pick?
No, he was just talking about.
By the way, on the Panthers live stream right now, guess who they got breaking it down? Steph Curry.
Oh gosh.
They are also on Zoom. They are also on Zoom, I believe. It looks like Zoom. It could be Cisco, WebEx. What a missed opportunity by other video conferencing platforms to let just Zoom take all the kudos during all of this.
Dude, I woke up this morning thinking it was going to be such a great day, and up until the point of where the Chargers drafted Justin Herbert, it has been a fantastic day, and every second since then has sucked. Oh my goodness!
That's the life of a Panthers fan, man. The highs,
you wanted Justin Herbert.
Hey, no, I didn't want Justin Herbert.
He wanted
Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons.
After they drafted Herbert, everything after that sucked because they could have had Simmons, and now I just heard that Steph Curry is, it's whatever, man.
All right, so the Browns took your Jedrick Wills.
So much that we didn't get Simmons, or are we mad about getting Derek Brown? Because I don't think Derek Brown's a bad pick.
I don't mind Derek Brown. He's a bad pick. I don't like Derek Brown at 7 when Simmons is on the board.
Yeah, so it's just passing on Simmons.
Was gone and, imagine Herbert got drafted instead of Simmons. I didn't want Herbert. Derek Brown would have been okay for me. So I'm not mad about the Derek Brown pick.
There will be other run-stopping defensive tackles, in the coming drafts in the next few years. I don't think there's ever going to be someone,
like Isaiah Simmons. Yeah, I agree.
But man, did he really play as fast as you guys make him out to be?
Yeah,
like half of the
insane, dude. I'm telling you. Like, go back and look at Luke Kuechly's college stuff. Isaiah Simmons is better than that.
No, he's not. There's no way. No way. First of all,
college-wise,
no. Luke Kuechly had like a bazillion tackles every year. Yeah, the one thing I like about this is what I've seen, and I've only looked at highlights. You guys you've watched the real film, so I just told you that the Browns picked C.J. Henderson. So why the fuck listen to me? But what I see is one of the things about Luke Kuechly that was different is it was the quickness of him making the decision on how to play. You know what I'm saying? Like
I agree with
instinctually went after things, and that's a playing fast that is different than athleticism. And from just a couple of highlight film, I just haven't seen that decisiveness.
But I mean, it all came later though, because Luke wasn't the playmaker that he was then that he ended up being. He wasn't like that in college.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was the dip butt kiss winner. He was the dip butt kiss winner.
For tackles, though, he wasn't. I feel like he started becoming a game changer once he got with us.
Yes,
I agree. Luke Kuechly in his final season had 112 solo tackles, and Isaiah Simmons' final season he had 67. Now, mind you,
but who else?
Mind you, hold up. There's context.
Wait, say those numbers again.
More than just tackles.
Luke had 112 tackles.
How many tackles did he have every year for the Panthers?
But I don't know. I'm just saying.
Like that. It was like that. It was always like that.
Yeah. Isaiah Simmons played more positions that don't always require you to tackle. So it's not a one.
But not even that. I mean, who else off of Boston College made it to the league?
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan, yeah.
Doug Flutie.
Talking on their defense.
Was Doug Flutie from Boston? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Doug.
Wow, who went Doug Flutie? Well done, Travis. That's awesome. Hey, and I used to have a roommate that had a Flutie Flakes box of, like, he always kept it up on display. Flutie Flakes. Doug Flutie.
Even though I don't ever watch CFL, he's the number one player ever.
Is it? The number one player in CFL history, Doug Flutie.
Yeah. Don't really mean nothing. That's like being number one player in your high school.
He was good, and he was good. He was good. All right, so far the draft has gone off without a hitch.
Yeah, exactly as I thought it would be. Well, except for Simmons, I thought he would have been gone.
Well, I mean, like the actual technical part.
Yeah. Technically, everything seems to be working really well. I will say
nobody
that
has had to have any extended time.
And who are all these people on the screen right now, and why are they so pretty? Like every single one of those people from Dell are beautiful.
So I was getting ready to say that I kind of mentioned it on the podcast that I don't anticipate a lot of trades just for the fact that things are going to be as complicated as it is. So putting everything, trying to figure out trades and getting in the deadlines and everything, I just felt like was going to be an extra step these guys don't want to take.
That is true. We've been hearing the Giants were interested in trading. Atlanta was interested in trading.
The Skins. The Lions.
Skins was thinking about trading down. Didn't they say Gettleman said in his press conference that he was looking to trade down?
Yeah, Gettleman's like a ultimate chess player in that regard. I'm not saying he's smart about it, but he's constantly throwing up smoke screens when it comes to stuff like that.
Take somebody that we know who you would take. Like, we know you're going to take an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The problem is why didn't he do that while he was in Carolina?
What?
That's man. We could have used that. That's the thing with Gettleman. That is, he talks the right talk.
He just didn't in the first round.
Nah, what? When?
Yeah, I mean, he took Darrell Williams, and then
third, fourth. Yeah, he was fourth.
Doyle. I mean, he's drafted
him. He just didn't take him early.
Mm-hmm.
He never understood though that it was such a significant weakness that there is Gettleman in his career as GM was $1 a day late and $1 short a couple of times. Yeah. And when you think about the offensive line, that's one of them. By the time he realized I can't do what I think I can, he then went and tried to put money at Matt Khalil. Right. And you know what? Yeah. I celebrated the Matt Khalil move at that moment because at least we were trying to do something. But again,
now that is the greatest travesty of Cam's career, Panthers' career. Not the playmakers, not none of that.
He was awful.
He
was so bad.
First round tackle in his whole career.
Never. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that's where I agree. And I do believe that because he was a day late and $1 short. By realizing that, Matt Khalil shows us that. Again, he did a couple of things too. One of the criticisms was not putting enough talent around Cam to where this was a cam-only show. And guess what? At the end of his tenure, he goes all in on Christian McCaffrey, Curtis Samuel. You know what I'm saying? It was always like, and Dave Gettleman used to say, don't shop while you're hungry. But he always shopped hungry. Think about the year that he let Josh Norman go, and then we picked 3 corners, Daryl Worley.
And none of them are on the team.
Yeah, none of them. That's right.
Yeah. Bradbury, right?
And Zach Sanchez hasn't played in the NFL in, 2-3 years?
New York Jets select Mekhi Becton.
That makes sense. Get some protection for Sam Darnold.
Derek Brown already got trying to get on Panthers' side right here. He said, "Shout out to the Panthers. I'm ready. Got to start learning that playbook in Madden 2000 or Madden 20. Who trying to play with me? Leave your gamer tag in a comment."
I mean, it won't be our playbook because Phil Snow.
Because it's last year.
But
play calling.
But it sounds good.
No, I thought it was pretty cool that he's trying to play with fans right now.
That's right, making an effort.
Say that again, Cody. CK.
Derek Brown tweeted, "Shout out to the Panthers. I'm ready. Got to start learning that playbook in Madden 2020. Who trying to play with me? Leave your gamer tag in a comment."
Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll make you a fan right away. And what else do you do, right? Actually, I mean, hell, they actually have NASCAR races that are based on video games, so why not learn on Madden?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it that was telling us that? Was Raiders, it Nova?
Take old Henry Ruggs here.
Who did the
Raiders
take?
Type pick? But they might go CD Lamb.
Did the Jets take Jerry Jeudy?
They go wide receiver.
No, the Jets took Mekhi
Becton.
Which they needed so desperately. Offensive line.
Yeah. And that keeps him away from Tampa because I think Tampa is looking to take a tackle to protect Tom Brady.
No Jerry Jeudy selected, correct? Right?
No, I think Lamb might go for Jeudy, but I think Las Vegas right here, the Raiders, they're going to pick one of those two.
Yeah, I think
they don't have any wide
I think Ruggs is going here.
The Patriots are going to pick.
They've been
saying,
I
meant not the Patriots, the Bucks.
In love with Ruggs.
The Bucks,
the Alabama wide receiver.
Ruggs.
Yeah, I got you. It's not a bad idea. Oh man!
At least that's what Tony Paul.
Wirfs is still on the board,
anyways. That
is he? Oh yeah, he is, isn't he?
Dude, somebody already got Derek Brown in a Panthers uniform.
You're going to see San Francisco take a offense.
Hey,
I mean, Derek Brown doing
send me that. Send me that on Twitter. CK.
On everybody next year.
All right, dude. He says Sam's going to take an offensive lineman.
All right, here. Let's take
Derek
another.
Brown was a unanimous All-American.
Dude, didn't you see him pile drive that kid? All right, let's take another call from Panther fans. The number's 252-228-5098. It's the C3 Panthers podcast. It's our draft party, 7th one in a row. We're here every year breaking it down like this. We are ahead of the curve. Everybody's talking about flattening the curve. We are the curve. The number's 252-228-5098.
Man. How y'all doing, man?
This is G. Cavassier.
I'm watching the draft with y'all. You know what I'm saying, man? Love the show, man. Hey, I'm going to be honest. I'm pissed we picked up Derek Brown. I wanted Isaiah Simmons so goddamn fucking bad. Y'all heard me say this shit like,
yep.
I hear you, man.
On Tuesday? You heard me say that shit? But at the same time, I think, Derek Brown, he's going to do okay, man. I think he can stop the run. I think he can move that damn pocket. I'm not pissed off to the point where I'm just like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully he don't turn out like Vernon Butler. Hopefully. Okay?
Oh, gosh. The worst.
But, you know what I'm saying? Beside him and KK next to each other, him and Short next to each other, I think we'll be all right, man. I really do, man. My question is, who the fuck we going to take in the damn second, man? That's all I want to know. And Cody, like I said, I still want A.J. Terrell. Can't get A.J. Terrell, man. Hey, man, pull the trigger on Jalen Hurts, man. I'm telling you, man. I I tell you, I wouldn't mind getting that damn safety out of damn Washington either, man. Got his fucking name, him or the damn safety out of Alabama, or maybe the corner out of Alabama. But we got to do. I think this is gonna be a damn defensive ass fucking draft. I really do, man.
It's gotta be.
I don't want a wide
It's
receiver.
gotta
I
be.
have a feeling they're gonna pick up a wide receiver, and I won't be surprised if they don't pick up a defensive end or defensive tackle from damn Baylor. I really do. So give me your thoughts on that and keep pounding.
What was the names that were linked to Rule from Baylor? Because they're
James
really
Lynch.
Yep. Is he
And,
defensive tackle or defensive end?
I would say
none?
he's going to be an interior defensive lineman on the next level.
So, two things from Twitter. Marty Herney said that they were very high on Isaiah Simmons as well, but they believe that it starts up front. And Marty Herney didn't believe that Derek Brown would even be there at pick 7. So really, if we wanted Simmons, we needed the Lions to take Simmons at number 3.
You mean the Brown? Take Brown at 3.
Jordan Rodriguez reporting the Panthers.
You mean take Brown at 3?
Yeah.
The Jordan Rodriguez reporting that the Panthers did indeed receive calls for the 7th spot, but they said that they felt very strongly about taking Brown at 7.
That's bullshit.
So,
That's
I
bullshit.
can respect that. He acknowledged that Isaiah Simmons was worth taking, so I don't really mind that.
But you really believe that somebody offered us real shit at that point, and we're not trying to get a little bit more? That would be the silly part to me. Is that
if
it
you
has
feel that
nothing
strongly about Derrick Brown, I guess.
I mean, it makes sense if you have a bad GM, huh?
But you could have gotten think you might be able to get Jerry Jeudy and Derrick Brown that way.
Henry Ruggs went to.
We were never gonna take Jerry Jeudy.
By the way.
Yep.
We were never gonna take a receiver in the first round.
They were reporting that
weren't.
Gruden was in love with him for a while, so I figured that was what that was.
We need too many defensive pieces, and this receiving class is too deep for us to take wide receiver in the first round.
But if you had 2 picks, though,
still wouldn't. It would have been 2 defensive players,
which we could use big time.
I would have loved them to trade back into the teens.
But I think somebody whoever said that had a good point. There's been no trades so far.
I think it's no trades mainly because
it's been uneventful.
Yeah, well, it's been uneventful, and I think it's intended to be that way. I think these guys are simply trying to do everything they can to make sure there are no hiccups.
Technology stuff.
Yeah, and not So I knew. I'm not going to say I knew, but I felt as though this was going to be the most straightforward draft we're going to see, at least until tomorrow night. And maybe tomorrow night we start seeing a lot more movement because guys are going to feel a little more comfortable with the system, especially after tonight moving as smoothly as it has. But yeah, it's interesting that there has been no movement at all up to this point. Even just moving up one spot. I mean, you see that happen pretty frequently when we talk about this stuff. So,
which I agree.
Well, I still hope for them to stockpile.
I mean, at this point in the
picks.
draft, nobody's traded up for a franchise quarterback. Nobody's traded up for, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, somebody would have traded up for a franchise quarterback by now.
But those people already had good picks, being the Chargers and the Dolphins.
You think they were the only teams? I mean, New England could have used a quarterback.
They don't have 27 picks. Nobody laughed at that. Nobody laughed at that after all the shit y'all made out of that earlier. Not a single person.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna be honest. I missed it.
I said, what did you say, T Money? T Money, what'd you ask?
I said you said nobody needed a quarterback that could trade up. I said the Patriots didn't need a quarterback.
And I said, what? They only got but 26 picks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
After
they definitely could have used.
Like I said earlier, the reports were that they were waiting to see if Tua fell past 10. If any of these medicals caused him to fall. And a lot of the stuff even I heard on the radio, on Mad Dog Radio, whenever I was coming home from town earlier getting food, they were saying they had a New England beat reporter on there and saying Tua fell below 10, then watch out for the Patriots, what they may try to come up and get him. And he didn't fall, so we kind of eliminated that.
But how many people have we seen trade up for franchise quarterbacks that either didn't need one or traded up for franchise quarterbacks that suck? Somebody would have by now in any other year.
Ruggs was wearing a robe. How did I miss this? I'm not watching it closely enough. I'm watching the podcast. Somebody wrote that he was wearing a robe.
He is.
Yeah, I'm not watching it at all. I'm going strictly off of you guys. I don't have cable in my house.
Yeah.
What would you wear?
Big banner of himself behind him.
Would you go fly at the home quarantine draft, or would you try to look like the everyday man and go in a robe?
All right,
I probably would have wore something that said something about T Money or T Money Productions or something.
Straight facts.
Rappaport is reporting.
Yeah,
we have our first trade.
Yay! I get to use the graphic.
Tampa Bay has traded up one spot with the 49ers. And I'm willing to bet you anything that this is going to be Tristan Riffs.
I got the graphic. Finally, I get to use the graphic. So wait, who did they trade with? The Patriots?
No, the 49ers.
The 49ers.
49ers were 13.
So they want someone who they want. The 49ers want like a wide receiver or something.
An offensive lineman. And they're gonna draft Tristan.
Yeah, I could see them taking worse.
Who are the 49ers gonna get? Jerry Jeudy?
No, Javon Kinlaw. Dude, let me tell you, man, John Lynch has been doing a damn good job for the 49ers. They just traded away DeForest Buckner, and they're probably going to draft Javon Kinlaw to replace him. Like, they're good to go. Dude.
How do they always do that? This is the same thing.
Finally, somebody's got a girlfriend beside him.
How do you always get somebody to trade one?
Look at this little girl. This is who he dates?
Nah, somebody else did earlier. How do the Niners always get people to trade up one spot?
Right? For real though, always one spot.
Look at Arians. Arians' house.
Chicago.
Arians' joint looks exactly like I expected it to look. White chair.
But they do it multiple times. Because remember they did that. They did that with Mitch. They told the Bears, "Oh, we're gonna take Mitch. We're gonna take Mitch," and they took up one spot to take Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, they did.
Like, what does John Lynch say?
This is why I feel like the Panthers kind of missed out on an opportunity with all those player prospects being at 7, because it's not like they need everything to fill every hole this year. They need to start stockpiling assets for future drafts. Right. This is how teams like San Francisco, New England, you kind of sacrifice one draft of one good position to gain more positions later. Right. And they just don't do that, and especially with Marty Herney, he just doesn't trade back. I don't understand
it. If you're gonna do that,
I'm sure analytical Twitter's out there losing their minds.
Yeah, they are.
I seen give us a C for that Derek Brown pick, and I like him. What's my dude name? Tony, you've been on his stuff before. The dude that last name is like Salamingo or something.
Yeah, Edward Salamingo. What's his name? But he lives out west and he does Panthers Wire or whatever.
Yeah, he gave us a C.
Oh yeah, Edgar. Yeah. Yeah, I deal with Edgar a lot.
A C?
Yeah, I'd say so. I say him and Billy both are ripping this apart right now.
Well, when is Billy ever
But
happy?
people gonna give us that.
Answer that to me. Is that the most?
Oh yeah, Billy.
And by the way, I got problems. I got mad problems with kind of
biggest
him.
cynicist. It's the biggest.
I can't talk with him. And then the other one, they did a podcast together. Marxist Panther. I want to blow my fucking brains out listening to these dudes. They are the worst fans. And I mean, look. And God bless Billy for, like, he works hard. He's doing a lot of shit. He's trying to move up. He's trying to get his thing done. Good for him. But it's very
stepping on the Panthers to get there.
God, yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just too much, man. It's too much to be unhappy about everything.
Yeah, I don't
it's
think
not. I think a lot of what Billy is. He's
Let's hear what Gene's got to say. Gene, go ahead.
He's a real big film guy, and he's an analytical guy. So analytical Twitter doesn't compute with Panthers right now with Marty Hernandez GM, and the whole like hiring of Matt Rule. Everybody thinks, oh, now we're going to start moving in that analytical way. We start hearing about the analytics. So you figure a lot of these guys like Billy and them will start coming on board, but Marty's still here, and they know Marty's still
was
in the background making a lot of those decisions and making a lot of those moves.
Well, I think too that a lot of people want to be cooler than they are, and what I mean by that is analytics is that I don't want to poo-poo it like the old hats do, but I work in a business where statistics are looked at, and I tell you this: there's statistics, damn statistics, and lies. And the idea is that analytics are important, but they have to be used in context. You have to make data-driven decisions. You don't make decisions. Too many people are just like the data. Now, I don't know what these guys do. The problem with Billy and those cats is they're so pessimistic that when you even say
stuff before it even gives a chance.
Yeah, and even if you're like, hey, I'm if you ain't online with them, you dumb.
You're an idiot.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't mind that because
you don't mind being told you're an idiot.
Panther fans. No. Because
it's not about
I like
being
to have the
optimistic
differing
or
opinions
pessimistic, but
because he's going to point out things.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that I like having seen the different opinions. It doesn't bother me as much. Like,
that's cool. That's cool. But the problem is
that's cool. But the same way. But what I don't like is the arrogance.
That's right. That's exactly right.
They act like they're the only one that watches games. They're the only one that watch film. They're the only ones that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I break stuff down the same way you break stuff down. We might come to different assessments, but don't act like I ain't do my study, like I don't put in my work.
Also, if we do appreciate different opinions, that's cool. But there's certain people in the world that don't appreciate different opinions.
And they're both one. You can't call somebody an idiot and say you appreciate their opinion.
Yeah, exactly. See, hey, Cody, can you cover?
I think Billy does a lot
stuff, but I know.
So that's one of. The one good thing about Billy being so pessimistic.
Like, me and Cody have different opinions on stuff.
So cynical.
But I know Cody's out there putting in the homework.
Yeah, and like my thing is and I've even said
when he sees bad, he's
go ahead.
Point out how bad to you and share the film with you.
Right. And
I'm just saying,
what I try to do
the reason I like it so much is because as somebody who is an eternal optimist about things, it's just like the CMC thing. I love to see. I'm fine with the CMC signing because right now they've emptied the books of all their big contracts. By the time this contract really goes into a big effect on us. The dead cap's going to start dropping off, and I think if you're going to pay a running back, it would be now. But Billy, Billy hates that. Hates the idea of paying a running back. Thinks they should have traded him.
Yeah,
and I like to see the different opinions and stuff like on that, and I like that when he does film breakdowns, that he will point out faults in a lot of these prospects. Kind of just show you. He'll post the film, show you, and I really like his perspective of looking at it from that angle. It helps me when I'm looking at prospects.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Hey, how about a shout out? Is that my man Nova Black? Nova,
what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
Nova Black. What's up, buddy?
Nova, hey, man, talk to us, dude. Derek Brown,
I'm glad to be here. I went through hell and high water trying to get this thing to work, man.
Hey, you did it, man.
Listen, I threw my whole warranty on my iPhone out of the way to make this happen. Hangouts wasn't working. My laptop wasn't working. Listen, my Xbox, no matter where I tried to stream, it wasn't working.
Oh, shit.
So I had to jailbreak my iPhone. Oh.
Dedication right there, yo.
Good thing I plan to do for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
But you guys, Derek, as far as Derek Brown goes, I can say that I'm disappointed, but I'm not let down.
Yeah, I feel you.
I think it was the safest pick at number 7. I still feel like the better option was to trade down, considering who was on the board if we didn't take Isaiah Simmons. So that being said, man, hey, thank you guys for bringing this podcast to us. Thank you for picking up when I joined, allowing me to speak my piece. My heart was broken before I even started, man. I couldn't get nothing working. I've been trying since 7:30.
Yeah, man.
Get on, man. I'm glad you got it working.
And I remember you sent me that message on Twitter. I let everybody know that you sent love, but I'm happy you're here, man. And I think everyone kind of feels the same way. Like, we had our hopes up for either Jeffrey Okudah or Isaiah Simmons, and that didn't happen. But Derek Brown does fill a hole of tremendous need, man. Every football team was running the football on us. We had to have that kind of player. But I agree with you, man. Why not trade down? And I
agree.
And I'm reading now that the Panthers had offers to trade down, and they chose not to.
Cody, you're making this worse for me, man.
They chose not to trade down.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, my personal belief is
it doesn't matter, but I feel like Javon Kinlaw would have offered us more at defensive tackle. Because he could have been more of an anchor. I think Derek Brown is more ready to play right now, but I think Kinlaw got the higher upside. If we had a good defensive line coach that could get the best out of him long term, they could put him at nose or any other position. But you can do that with Derek Brown right now. But as far as impact on the game, pushing the pocket, you're talking about pushing guys like Ryan Khalil in his prime, man. Like pushing those guys straight off center.
Yeah.
The best guy I think for that would be Kinlaw. But if you want somebody who has all of the technical skills like pass rush moves that could get the center, off. If you're in more of a gap or zone, a gap control defense like Ron Rivera, Kinlaw would be a guy over Derek Brown. So right now, I don't think I think we're more going towards a zone type defense because of the guy that we have. Because you can still play him at nose in the 3-4 or anywhere on the 4-3.
So, by the way, let me update you. Speaking of Javon Kinlaw, with the 14th pick in the draft, San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw.
Gosh, they select the defensive tackle every year.
And I wouldn't be surprised.
They replaced Buckner.
Yeah, they replaced dude. Right now, John Lynch might legitimately be the best general manager in the NFL.
100%.
Seriously.
I agree. Yeah.
Like real talk.
You lose. You trade
14,
what you call it to Indianapolis.
We still could have traded back and got him.
Yep.
But they did though. They were at 13 and they traded back one with Tampa Bay. They let Tampa Bay come
I'm not watching the draft. I'm only knowing about everything because y'all got. What did Tampa give up to move back one pick?
That's a great question.
I'm still looking for that. I have not found what.
Hey.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, I have it right here. San Francisco 49ers received number 14 and pick number 117, and Tampa Bay received pick 13 and pick number 245.
So they got a third round. They got a third round out of it, maybe, right?
They got a third rounder out.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
And again,
especially if we're moving one spot.
Yeah, that's value.
And again, you replace Buckner with a guy on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
Nova's right. That's the thing is that did the Panthers make a mistake in not trading back and being able to get their guy? The Panthers need players. That's the thing is that we may split hairs over Simmons, Brown, Kinlaw. You can name the names. We need bodies on defense. It would have really been nice to be able to double dip on defense and have a top. We got the 38th pick or something like that. Yeah.
We can still hope for the second round. We can hope we can move back in the second.
Yeah.
My personal belief is if you already have a franchise quarterback or you're not sure about getting a franchise quarterback in the draft and you pick top 10, you should always be looking to trade back.
Possibly.
Somebody is always looking. Somebody's always looking to move up.
Well, to me, there's right. This draft though has signaled that outside of Herbert and Tua, no one's of interest. Because if they were, once Herbert went, we would have seen Love gone at this point. So right now, Cody, do the Panthers do something crazy and try to get a quarterback in the second?
The Patriots might take Love.
I mean, hey, dude, Marty Hearn is our general manager.
Well, would you be upset if they got the Love kid in the second at 38?
I would, because I'm not sure of Love as a prospect anyway. I would rather
still Jalen Hurts and Jake Fromm out there. I mean, there's still
Jake Fromm is not going to be it.
I wouldn't be upset for this reason alone, because it's the same thing I said about Herbert.
There's more than 10 people in my man's house. There are more than 10 people in that house.
Hold on. I wouldn't want Jordan Love or Justin Herbert to start next year. But because we have Teddy Bridgewater, who's been around, who knows how to play, I mean, I go back to the same thing. Joe Burrow in 2018 was not the player that went number one this year.
No, sir.
The system matters. Drew Brees would not be the player that you know today without Sean Payton. And that's just the truth. So yeah.
Tom Brady like that with Bill Belichick?
So what I'm saying is if you take a talented player like Jordan Love, give him time to learn the ins and outs of the quarterback position and protect him. Dude, he has a cannon for an arm. He's mobile. Yeah, I have no problem with Jordan Love in the future. But it goes back to we wasted a third-round pick on Will Greer last year.
Waste. It was the worst. That was the worst pick of Hurney's second tenure.
Hey, guys, pardon me.
Well, he had one game, right?
Give the mic to Nova Black real quick.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to touch on what Cody said as far as Drew Brees. If you go on Drew Brees' first 3 seasons alone, you wouldn't want to give up no more than a second or a third round pick for that guy. He really didn't blossom into his 4th season, and they still traded him away with such an amazing season. Him and Teddy Bridgewater is like the same guy, and how my guy said it in alternate universes.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get anything else, man, it's 10 o'clock. I got to wake up in like 6 hours. So, Gene, Tony, DK, Cody, Nova Black, T Money, C3 Nation, everybody out there. Thank y'all for coming tonight. It was great talking to y'all. I may change my opinion by Tuesday, but
why don't you strike and stay on the fucking podcast?
No, if I strike, I don't get paid.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, I may change my opinion by Tuesday, but for right now, Matt Rule and Dave Tepper, you can ice up.
Hey, Greg is employee of the postal system, so that's where the strike reference comes from. There is it's a postal.
Greg, I'm sorry you couldn't go to sleep knowing that Isaiah Simmons was a Panther, man.
I'm gonna shotgun 2 beers and then I'll be able to go to sleep just fine.
I heard that, man. I heard that.
Y'all have a good one, man. I'll see y'all Tuesday night. I'll probably talk to the rest of y'all tomorrow.
All right. Later, man.
Later, man.
All right, so who's on the clock now?
I wanted to mention here real quick. We were talking about Dave Gettleman throwing that mask on earlier. It's a tweet from Zach Rosenblatt saying, just FYI, Dave Gettleman was wearing a mask because he went through chemo 2 years ago, and there's an IT person in his house.
Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I mean, all right.
Okay.
That makes a whole lot of sense now.
Or you could just wash your hands, but all right.
But hey, a real quick update, because I know T Money is dependent on me for picks. The Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy at 15, and now the 28-3 Atlanta Falcons are on the clock.
Oh, I got a Falcons guy. I gotta send them.
This draft couldn't feel any better for the Broncos.
So I thought Jerry Jeudy should have gone higher.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm surprised that CeeDee Lamb is still on
the Broncos
board.
wanted a wide receiver so bad they didn't even have to move.
Yeah, Lamb is still on the board. Yeah, that was the perfect pick for Denver. That's what they wanted, man. That could not have gone any better.
Now you got what is it, Sutton and Goody in Denver?
Yeah, Cortland Sutton.
Some weapons.
Who was the tight end that they drafted?
Who, the Broncos?
Noah Fant. Yeah, didn't they draft Noah Fant? Yeah, they drafted Noah Fant.
Yeah. I liked him coming out.
Because they were talking when I was listening to that station when I was trying to find out the information about the Henderson rumors. I listened to the Denver station for a little bit, and they were talking about how can we trade up to get a wide receiver or corner, because that's what we need. We need a wide receiver corner. That's what brought up the Henderson conversation.
I don't watch the Broncos. Is Drew Lock really? Did he really look that good to where they have all this crazy faith in him?
He looked better than Will Grigg.
Yeah, for sure. Hey man, did y'all see that clip of Drew Lock rapping?
Yeah, he was rapping Jeezy or something.
Yeah, he was rapping Jeezy on the sideline. Yeah, I had to admit he won some points right there. But yeah, he was
all right. The answer when I went to training camp though, and I seen him pump fake 3 times on a screen pass. I said, "Oh no." Oh no! If you got a triple guess on a screen pass, you're not gonna be that guy right now. I knew then that he was gonna lose a backup job to Kyle Allen.
But
Yeah, what's
Matt
up, Nova?
Rule said he thought Will Grier was the pro ready as any other quarterback in that draft. Did you guys forget about that?
You know what? Hey, Nova.
He
You remember the last time?
He complimented everybody he tried to recruit and couldn't get.
Do you remember the last time we listened to that pro ready shit? His name was I don't know. The quarterback is weird. I don't want to listen to analysts or anybody when it comes to quarterback. I just want to look at them and say yes or no. That's it. That's why I was kind of on the Tua train, because I've seen it and I'm like, that's a yes.
I was scared Joe Burrow was gonna be more like Andy Dalton 2.0, but and that it was most of his at least 60% of his success was in that system, because it was like a New Orleans offense in college.
Yeah, but his personality and the way he throws the football is the opposite of Andy Dalton. Joe Burrow's more closer to a gunslinger. He's going to take chances than Andy Dalton.
So Andy Dalton is another interesting name out there.
I'm curious what the Falcons are taking here, because they were wanting Henderson and Kinlaw. Those were who they were rumored to be interested in. So I'm curious who they're going to go after right here.
So I've been gone for about 25 minutes. Have I missed anything?
Yes. First of all, we've been talking to you.
Yeah, they had been rumored to be interested in Henderson and Kinlaw. They're both off the board.
The podcast has been silent for 25 minutes, CK, as we waited for you to return back. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't say.
They're looking at right now. My stream is behind Cody's, so I just saw Justin Herbert on the screen.
Me and you are on the same. Are you doing like
right now?
Hulu?
Yeah, I'm on Hulu Live.
Me too.
They're showing the best available players.
Yeah, we still see that as well with CD Lamb at number.
Yeah, now
one
they're
left.
showing the Falcons. The pick is
All right, let's go around this. Let's go around while we wait for the Falcons pick. Who has got the best value so far?
Oh, can I go first?
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns. I mean, no joke.
They get who they get?
They got Jedrick Wills, and a lot of people, and that's what we were talking about earlier. You know, when we were talking about Billy Marshall, it's like, you know, I don't care if you disagree with my evaluation. I had Andrew Thomas number one, but a lot of people I respect had the Alabama guy Wills number one, and dude, the guy is incredible. So the fact that he fell to number 10. That's a pretty big steal.
So much for the run on offensive tackles. Who wants it next? What's your biggest value of the draft so far?
And, let me just update. The Atlanta Falcons select AJ Terrell, cornerback, Clemson.
Ooh. Who likes that? That's a G. Cavassier pick right there.
That's like a second
They missed out
round
on
pick,
Henderson,
ain't
so they went with him.
Terrell in the first is high.
Oh, I don't think so, dude. Terrell's film. If you watch Terrell's film, even against Jamar Chase against LSU, man, he held his own on a lot.
He
of
better not be that
but
little kid holding the phone right there.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, Cody, I thought he was getting smoked, man. Maybe it's my bias.
No,
Does his face look like it's scrunched together?
So. I mean, look. No, I mean, he did make some. Look, look. If you're
He's from the ATL.
Yeah, they're showing right now. I mean, listen. Jamar Chase made plays on AJ Terrell in the national championship, but Joe Burrow was throwing dimes, and Jamar Chase just made plays, man. Sometimes when you play LeBron, you're getting dunked
on.
You're getting dunked on, man. That's what happens when you play the best. AJ Terrell is a good player.
I'll give him that.
What was the receiver you're talking about him playing though?
Jamar Chase for LSU.
Has he been drafted yet?
No, he'll be next year. He's a better prospect.
Oh, okay, so he's staying in.
He's a better prospect than all the players.
How many LSU players have gone so far? Remember, the over/under was 6.5.
Right now, it's just Joe Burrow.
Wow.
Hey, pardon me, guys. I got a question. Can you guys, man? Listen, I've been fighting internet since before the draft started. So can y'all give me just a quick rundown of the first 6 picks?
Yeah. I got you. So it went Joe Burrow number 1.
Okay.
Chase Young number 2.
Who was surprised about that?
Right. Jeffrey Okudah number 3.
Okay.
Andrew Thomas number 4 to the Giants.
Smart move. I figured that. Hog Molly.
That's what I said too. Tua Tagovailoa went number 5 to the Dolphins.
Okay, that was a good pick.
And then Justin Herbert number 6 to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh, so that put Cam in a bad spot.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
His only option now is Broncos, I think,
or the Patriots.
I don't think the Patriots are gonna.
Why?
I think they're rolling with.
Still, see about the Raiders too. Yeah, I think the Raiders are still in the market for a quarterback. They ain't in love with Derek Carr.
If the Patriots tank for
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh my goodness! How about this? Is Cam in Las Vegas would be a wonderland?
I don't think that. I don't think that they'll. I mean, I think that it on paper it looks good. I don't think that they're going to make a move outside of, they've already just now paid a hefty price for a backup with Marcus Mariota, and so I think that they're banking on the idea of if Derek Carr doesn't work out, they're going to let Mariota take the reins. I don't think they're going to bring in a third quarterback and then get rid of Derek Carr.
All right, so interesting.
About Mariota being out there.
That's right, and interesting note. I forgot that Mike McCarthy is now the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. As they pick. Yeah. So what does McCarthy's influence on Jerry Jones do? Is that even possible? The Cowboys have drafted well in the past decade since the young boy took over.
They need. I think right now their main focus either has to be a tight end or secondary.
What if they were dicks and they took Love and really just fucked homeboy? Dag. Oh my goodness, that would be some shit. That would actually make this draft interesting. Because right now this draft has gone it's a paper draft.
Dude,
we had so much movement last year.
Dude, if you're looking at Jerry Jones's house is insane.
Of course it is. Have you seen his stadium?
Good Lord.
I want to go back to look at this, Matt. Yeah, it is. Look at this. Jerry, he's always surrounded by ladies.
Mike McCarthy. Yeah. Dude, I don't know what it is about Mike McCarthy. Something about his face just makes me laugh. I don't know what it is. Dude,
I love this CD Lamb couch right now. Look at this girl beside homeboy. He's just on his phone, and she is just
He's got
bored.
2 phones in his hands.
She is bored out of her mind. She's looking good.
Mike McCarthy looking confused.
The pick is in for Dallas.
It's going to be defensive back, I'm guessing.
I think it's going to be CeeDee Lamb.
That'd be a smart move to go with that boy Amari Cooper. Boy, look.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. But they have to decide if they're going to pick Dak or not.
They got that squad on defense, though.
Yeah, no, they do. No, their defense is nasty, bro. No doubt.
Hey, the Packers haven't picked yet, right?
I hate it.
Who?
The Packers.
No. They're
they were playoffs.
No, they're way higher up.
Who do I got?
All right, here it is. I'll read it. I'll call it out. With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb.
Ah.
Wide receiver, Oklahoma.
Oh my God. So is it me or does it seem like the whole NFC East just loaded up?
They got Lamb. I mean, hey man, like my thing is this. Like, what are they gonna do with Dak Prescott, man? Are they gonna pay that man or what?
Well,
or what?
Why are they making such a big deal out of it? Why are they making such a big deal out of it? He's pretty good. Why are they making such a big deal out of it?
I think they just don't want to pay him the highest paid
This is Jerry
quarterback.
Jones we're talking about. He's going to cave eventually.
Listen, I hate the
Yeah.
Cowboys, but Dak has improved every year, man.
Yeah, I think he's all right, man. Like, I'm not upset with him if I'm a team. How about this? If you had to go through this, what would you be more in turmoil about, doing this with Kirk Cousins or Dak Prescott?
Dak.
I'd rather pay Dak than Kirk Cousins.
See? And there you go. You might as well. The Cowboys need to pay that. They need to just make him. They need to solidify that.
Pardon me, fellas. I don't want to dog Kirk Cousins, but compared to the other quarterbacks in his draft, he was very slow to develop.
Yeah. I mean, you know. Wait, Kirk Cousins or you mean Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins, yeah, he was slow to develop compared to other quarterbacks in his draft.
Bro, and they keep paying his ass.
Right.
They keep paying his ass all this money.
Cousins he's the smartest businessman quarterback in the NFL.
Since Matt Flynn.
Played tag for 2 years, got fully guaranteed 3 years, and then got more 3 years ago.
Just think about it. He's made.
Ridiculous.
Just think about this: is Kirk Cousins has probably made twice as much money as Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Cousins is Matt Flynn, but better. And if you guys remember, Matt Flynn came in for the Green Bay Packers when I think Aaron Rodgers was hurt or somebody was maybe it was Brett Favre. It was a long time ago. And he threw like 500 yards one game. And it was like in week 17. And he got paid $41 million by like the Seahawks the next year or the Raiders. He made like $80 million to hold a clipboard. I know. I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to do that.
That is a lot of money.
Nah, but I got mad respect for Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins know how to get that money, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's not his fault that he keeps on convincing teams to pay him all that money, man. Dude, he needs to write a book on how to fleece NFL general managers, and he'll make millions of dollars doing that too. That dude has a horseshoe up his ass, I think.
When do the Packers pick? 20s?
No, they're like 26 or 7.
Ugh.
They're like up there. Why?
I tell you. Oh, because I'm trying to I'm trying to get people to come in, these analysts. I'm going to get a Saints guy in here. I'm going to get who else do I got coming in?
Right now, it's the Dolphins are on the clock.
Yeah, so I like to bring in people to give their perspective. The Dolphins, they have so many picks right now. Who's the best offensive tackle right now there, Cody?
The big four are off the board. So I would probably say Josh Jones from Houston is a good name to look out for. Austin Jackson from USC, Southern California. People have been talking him up. But, dude, when I watched this film, like I was waiting to find something that was like good, and it's just there wasn't anything. I mean, he has the physical traits, but no, I'm not. There really aren't that many fantastic offensive line prospects in the first round. I don't think.
All
Not
right,
no
so
more.
we're right now. What is the pick right now? The Dolphins are at 18.
Mhm.
Who is outstanding in the NFC South to this point? The Panthers have picked. The Bucks have picked. The Falcons have picked.
Yes.
The
And
Bucks
now
value is too good.
the
Got
only
the best value out of all of them.
Okay. So last, we're looking at the Saints coming in last. Right now, we're bringing in Aaron Freeman from Falcon Central Radio. Aaron Freeman, we've been chopping this up for almost a decade now together. Right? We've been looking at this draft. We've been looking at these teams. What do you think about the Falcons draft to this point?
Well, first I want to say I appreciate you guys having me on. You're the only Panther fans I like. So I appreciate you guys bringing me back every year. The pick was
Alan, you're breathing hard. Pull the mic away.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. All right, Aaron, you're back on.
The pick was one I sort of expected to happen. Someone told me like a week ago, people are projecting AJ Terrell too low. A lot of mock drafts have him going in round 2. He's definitely going to be a top 20 pick. So once someone told me that, and then I started seeing more connections between him and the pick, I started putting 2 to 2 together. He fits what the Falcons want. He's a long corner. He's got high athleticism. He can play man coverage. He's a really good zone guy. He's a tough, hard-nosed football player. I mean, obviously, people are going to point to the national championship game where he got cooked a little bit by Jamar Chase. What people will forget about that game is, he started pretty strong. The first couple of series of that game, he was locking down Chase, and then Jamar Chase was Jamar Chase, and as he did to pretty much every cornerback in the country last year, he started cooking him in the second half. So that's a knock on him. He's a little undersized, a little skinny. So I don't love him, matching up with guys like Mike Evans and whatnot. But I feel like against some of the other receivers in the division, I think he'll be able to handle those matchups. So they needed a number one corner. They lost Desmond Trufant. They needed someone who could step in. I think Terrell has that potential. I know a lot of people will sit here and say that's a reach at 16. I don't think it really is. I think you can make the argument. I personally like Christian Fulton better, but I think, Fulton wasn't necessarily the fit that the Falcons were looking for at that spot. So I think of the remaining corners, Terrell was probably the best guy.
If I was going to ask you about Trufant, would you say that he was the not handsiest as in holding, but handsy as in catching interceptions guy? For me, I'm an outsider, so I'm looking at it. I always thought Trufant was a good player, but I kind of felt like he was a little bit like Bradbury, where his goodness was not translating into turnovers all the time. Do you think that C.J. Henderson? Tell me about C.J. Henderson. Does he got the eye for the ball?
You talking about Henderson or Terrell?
Henderson. Does he have the eye for the ball? Wait, hold on. No, whoever you Terrell. Sorry, I said Henderson. I'm still shook by that. Who picked Henderson? I thought it was the damn Browns. Is not the Jacksonville Jaguars. Still shook by that. But tell me, does Terrell got the hand? That's for me with a corner. It's kind of the two things is we've got coverage corners that are really good, and then we've got coverage corners who come up with the ball. We just looked at James Bradbury, who was a great corner for the Carolina Panthers, but he just did not produce on interceptions as much. I felt like Trufant kind of fell into that category, but I could be wrong. I was wrong as in C.J. Henderson being a Falcon.
I think that's a fair criticism of Trufant. Great cover guy, but was known for dropping at least 2 or 3 interceptions every year. So he never put up those turnover numbers that you looked at. You look at Terrell's production, he didn't have a ton of picks in college.
Okay.
He didn't have a ton of pass breakups in college. So I don't know if he's going to be a guy that's going to be, a Marcus Peters type of dude that's going to be, getting 5-6 picks every year. But right now, the Falcons can worry about turnovers at a later date. They just need someone who can cover, which they didn't have on the roster right now, just because.
Yeah, you jettisoned your entire secondary this year, and it wasn't fantastic to start with. I thought that the Falcons secondary was better than people gave it credit for, but not great. You know what I'm saying? Like, those players were not awful. But anyway, so you guys invested in that. Did you think they should have gone a different way?
I mean, given who was on the board, not really. I mean, to me, the one guy I wanted was Kinlaw, and he was gone. So it was just like, once Kinlaw was gone, it was like, take the best corner.
So with the Falcons right now, I was on a Bucks podcast last night, and Aaron, I described the Falcons as a box of chocolates without the map. You know what I'm saying? Is you think you're getting a cherry cordial, but you get an orange flavored chocolate. My point being is that the Falcons, you never know what you're going to get with them. They could be a 12-4 team. They could be a 4-12 team. And it's been strange that under this coaching regime that's kind of their MO, because I thought that we were going to get rid of that a little bit with the defensive mindset. So how do you see the Falcons preparing for this season, given this draft? What do you think that this is setting the tone for this team? Are we getting a cherry cordial? Are we getting a crappy chocolate?
Look, I'm not that optimistic that the Falcons are going to be this juggernaut. I'm hoping that they can put enough together offensively and enough defensively that they can be a competitive team. I just want them to be consistent. That's really been their problem. That
is the problem. They've not been bad. They've been bad sometimes. They've been great sometimes.
Yeah.
They've just been inconsistent.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's been the problem. And so sitting here after a couple of seasons of that, these last couple of years, and Dirk Cutters just did not cut it at all last year. So they need a big year from him. Obviously, they have talent on that side of the ball, so you just got to figure it out.
You have broken down football to the detail, to the minute detail. I've read your blogs. I've listened to your podcast, right? So when I read an Aaron Freeman post, it's going to be like 7 pages long, right? I mean, and I'm okay with that. Like, that's what I'm here for. So what I want to know from you is, what have you seen from the draft so far? Is there what are the surprises? It's not a surprise draft. It's really been a draft directly to me what we were told it was supposed to be. You could have checked the mock draft like 3 months ago, and this is what it is. What are your thoughts about how the draft has come about?
But before we go forward, before you answer, let me just update everybody real quick. The Miami Dolphins took Austin Jackson, the guy I just got done shitting all over. And then the Raiders took Damon Arnett, the cornerback from Ohio State. That's a bit of a reach in my opinion. But, yeah, there's your friendly update. He agrees. All right, but yeah, go ahead.
So, Aaron, overall thoughts on the draft so far? What are your kind of takeaways when you write that 7-page post?
The lack of trades is interesting.
Yes, agreed. It's been a boring draft so far.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sure. I don't know if I have to do 7 pages to basically say the whole technology and doing it virtual probably had a lot to do with the fact that teams aren't necessarily.
That was what T Money said earlier. Yep.
So, I mean, like that. Other than that, it seems like it's a pretty standard, as you said. It's a lot of chalk picks, a lot of picks.
It's very vanilla. It's a vanilla draft.
So, I mean, it's an interesting draft. But I mean, we kind of, I don't know if we needed a boring draft, but like maybe. I don't know. Maybe we're looking for something a little bit more excitement during this time in our country. So maybe having a vanilla draft is not.
Hell yeah, we're looking for his excitement. What did you want to see happen? All right, when you look for other teams, so we've talked about the Falcons, but the Carolina Panthers passed on Isaiah Simmons. They get Derek Brown, big run stuffer. You know what I'm saying? Have you looked around the division? Are you concerned? What do you think about the outside Atlanta picks is on your mind?
I like, I'm a fan of Derek Brown. I thought the Panthers would go Brown if they had the choice between Brown and Simmons.
Wow.
Matt Rule's, MO of a culture guy, being physical. He's one of them old school coaches. So he was definitely going to go a trench player rather than some big, sexy, hybrid linebacker safety edge.
I like that. I like that because I feel like we were a little wooed. Everybody on the podcast wanted Isaiah Simmons, and I feel like we can be overly wooed by big, beautiful men that can run fast.
Look, I mean, you guys have been jealous of Julio Jones for years, so I get it.
Oh, no.
Hey man, I'd still take Cam Newton over Matt Ryan any day, bro.
No, you're right. We have wanted some Julio. We have loved some Julio, but we actually have hated Julio. But your ass cannot defend Matt Ryan as a cross-dresser. And the pick is real. It's real.
It's not real. It's Photoshop.
Yes, no, I don't care. Well, it's a picture. It's real. I saw it with my eyeballs. It exists. It exists. All right.
It's not a real.
So Matt Ryan is your quarterback, and he wears. He's like in Bull Durham, wearing the garter belt to help him get through the day. We hate Matt Ryan more than anybody. I hate the Falcons more than the Saints. So right now, everybody is talking about the Saints, the Bucks, Tampa Bay, Tom Brady. Are you excited to not have the pressure for success and the opportunity to win?
You mean so low expectations?
Yeah, because that's a Panther thing right there. Anytime we think we're going to be good, we are trash. And anytime we think we're going to be we're just like, this is going to be 6-10, all of a sudden we're in the fucking playoffs. And what do you think about Todd Gurley, damn it? I love Todd Gurley.
I mean, people are excited about Todd Gurley. We're not getting old NFL MVP Todd Gurley, but we're getting a good running back. So I'm excited to have him on the team.
A good running back, not a great one.
What? A very, very good, great running back, bro.
What's the word on his knee?
Played high school football 20 minutes from me, and his coach in his office. Look, you can quote this, Aaron. In his office, and you probably already know about this. His high school coach came in and he signed his name, and he said, "Son, that is not a signature that's going to be playing in the NFL." And he has a piece of paper in his office where he made Todd Gurley practice his signature. How wonderful is that piece of paper right there? Todd Gurley's a beast. And I'm telling y'all, don't sleep on that motherfucker. Don't sleep on him.
The thing is if they use him correctly, if the Falcons can use him the way that they used Devontae Freeman with Tevin Coleman, I think he can be good, because the problem is when you lean so heavily on him, he has been great in every season he's played for the first half of the year.
Well, he's been great except for the year they went to the Super Bowl and they didn't lean on him in the Super Bowl.
Well, he was going down, he started out that year on pace.
He was ready to play, bro. He was ready to play. They didn't hand the ball to him.
And then the second half of the season happened, he fell off of a cliff. And they ended up having to get C.J. Anderson in over there for the postseason for them to be able to actually make a run.
What do you think, Aaron, about Todd Gurley? What do you think about Todd Gurley?
I think, I don't think we're getting the Todd Gurley of old that can carry an offense. I think, he's right that you need him to basically be the one, and you need to get a 2 to keep him fresh, because that's what he is at this point. Because of that, that knee, that much publicized, arthritic knee, is not going to necessarily hold up for 16 games, high workload. So, I'm hoping that later in this draft, the Falcons can get a good young running back that they can sort of pencil in as their, RB of the future. But I like the Todd Gurley move. I just don't think it's going to solve the problem for the Falcons run game.
Do you see any glaring holes at this point in time with the Falcons outside of the secondary or second running back?
I mean, they need playmakers at all levels of the defense. They got one at corner. They need another linebacker. They need another pass rusher. They could use a young center to replace and groom behind Alex Mack. They could use someone to help catch the football because they lost Austin Hooper. They lost Mohamed Sanu. So it wouldn't hurt to have another, dynamic, explosive playmaker that has, some speed there. So, I mean, they could use any number of positions, which is why, like, for the last week when all you guys were hearing, like, the Falcons are going to trade up, and I'm like, they got too many holes to be giving away draft picks, to trade up in this draft. So, at some point tomorrow or Saturday, I hope they trade back and get some more picks so they can start to chip away at some of these problem areas.
It's really interesting because it's almost as though the Panthers and the Falcons are in a similar situation. I think the Falcons are not in a rebuild mode necessarily. I think that they play their cards right, they can end up not having a rebuild mode and actually just continue to try to build off of the success that they've had over the past couple of years. But I guess my question is I think a lot of people look at the Falcons as though their window is shut. I mean, you guys still have an incredible talent in Julio Jones. Yes, he is starting to get older as a wide receiver. Yes, you guys lost Mohamed Sanu. You don't have an immediate answer at tight end, but those are, in my opinion, things you can answer pretty quickly. Be it with a trade, be it with free agency, be it with all that. But when you think about the I guess that window people talk about, do you guys feel like you're on the verge of a rebuild? Or do you feel like you're on the verge of a resurgence and getting things, retooled and back on track?
I mean, what I've been calling is a reload, and I feel like it's I think you're right. It's a similar situation to the Panthers because the Panthers always been this defensive heavy team, and now they're going to kind of lean on their offense while they rebuild their defense. And I think the Falcons are going to be in a similar situation where they're going to lean on their offense for the next couple of years, get the last out of Julio, get the last out of Alex Mack. And hopefully in 2 or 3 years, they can add enough pieces on that defense and add enough young players over the next couple of years to sort of fill in the holes for some of these aging offensive players. And hopefully in like 2-3 years where Matt Ryan's, getting up there in age, they're going to be in a situation just like the Saints where they have this young roster all around this old Matt Ryan. And you guys are going to be on y'all's show talking about, oh, Matt Ryan's too old, he can't get it done. Meanwhile, us Falcon fans are going to be like, we got the talent around Matt Ryan to get back to the top. So I feel like the window it looks like the window is closing, but I think they have an opportunity if they play their cards right over the next couple of off seasons to have another window in a couple of years to really make the most out of these.
What year was Matt Ryan drafted?
08.
He still has plenty of time.
Hey, speaking of the talent around Matt Ryan, I think with the addition of Todd Gurley and some of the moves they made in the offseason, considering the whole NFC South made the Falcons a really good, contender for probably about, I say, second or third in the NFC South. But y'all got a good talent and y'all could go for first or second. But considering the trouble y'all had with coaching, y'all do you feel like y'all got the whole coaching situation together?
I've been telling people we're coming for that 7 seed. That's basically what I've been telling people.
Okay.
So I kind of agree with you on that. So I mean, that's the big question. It's the coach. It's not the roster. Like it's not to sit here and say that they have like the best roster in the world, but they have a good enough roster that if you can get the type of production from their big names, the Ryans, the Julios, the Gurleys we've seen in recent years, then they should have no problem having a winning record and challenging for a wild card and even maybe challenging for the division title. So that's the question. It's just the coaching. And my biggest question mark right now is really Dirk Cutter, because it goes back to what I said. Like, they've always been an offensive-driven team in the last couple of years because their offense has been up and down. Like, they haven't been that consistent a team. They always had that solid foundation of, your offense is going to come to play. If the defense does its job, they'll win games. If the defense doesn't do its job, they'll lose games. But now that you don't have the offense to lean on, now you can't trust on their defense right now to win you football games. Now, at the end of last season, a big part of why they won 6 out of the last 8 games was because the defense actually did come to play. So hope is that they can build off of that, and if the offense can be a little bit better, that's the combination that they need to be in the playoff mix. But do I trust that the offense is going to be a little bit better? I mean, it's Dirk Cutter, man. I went to 3 years of Dirk Cutter in Atlanta before. I didn't like what he did. Watched him in Tampa Bay. Didn't like what he was doing there. So, like, I don't have a ton of confidence in Dirk Cutter, but hopefully I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an interesting situation, I think, for you guys down there. It's just a matter of inches, as they say. It's a game of inches, and I think I always worry about these dream teams that are built, and like they're trying to do down in Tampa Bay to possibly just be a complete bust. I think they're throwing a lot of really good pieces together. My worry is that their pieces are not going to be fitting together as well as they expect. I've mentioned it before. I think right now you guys are in a good spot because you're building your team up. You're not going out just grabbing the best available player out there and then going that route. You're trying to build it. You're trying to develop. Whereas I think Tampa Bay, a lot of people were really excited about the Tom Brady matchup. The thing that's interesting about that is Tom Brady, and I mentioned it on the podcast on Tuesday. Tom Brady and Bruce Arians are the complete opposite of how they play. Tom Brady is not holding onto the ball very long. Every single one of Bruce Arians' quarterbacks hold onto the ball and wait for the play to develop deep. Tom Brady has never been that quarterback. And so now they're either going to have to adjust the game plan around Tom Brady's way of playing, and what that's going to do is it's going to frustrate their 2 wideouts.
This is why I have said that Arians' legacy will be determined by the Tom Brady era, because just like Tom Brady is trying to make his legacy, right? He's trying to differentiate himself from Bill Belichick. Arians, we're going to learn a lot about how great of a coach he is if he's malleable enough, and he has to be with Tom Brady.
I agree. I mean, I'm a big Bruce Arians guy, so I feel like I'm not gonna, he's my guy, so like I'm not gonna necessarily doubt him.
But he's like an off. If this is what I was on the Bucks podcast last night, Aaron, and we were talking about this, and I said if Bruce Arians came in for the job interview, the thing that makes him appealing is his kind of the offensive side, right? I mean, you're not like, oh God, Arians is a defensive coach. You were saying Arians is going to take this offense and get it where we want to be. Fortunately, he did bring in Todd Bowles, who's been amazing. I'm telling you, Todd Bowles is one of the most underrated coaches in the NFL, and that defense has gotten better. The thing is Arians going to be okay with not being the mastermind? And that's the thing, is that Tom Brady is going to, like, Arians is going to only be a head coach this year. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I basically what I'm saying is, like, I trust in Bruce Arians to do what he needs to do to get it right. I don't know if Tom Brady's going to do the things that he needs to do to make it work.
I think he will. Do you think that, well, how do you feel about the NFC South overall? Do you think that Tampa is suddenly become the favorite, or are you ready to keep saying that the Saints should hold on to it because they're the champ?
I mean, you guys know this just as much as I do. How many off seasons has it been with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with a hot team?
Oh yeah, they're like it was Deshaun Jackson, and they were they're
Oh
going to the
no,
Super
it
Bowl this
is
year.
gone way back farther than that. As I told look, Aaron, I go on a radio show every Friday. We talk NFL football, and after years and years of being falling in love with the Buffalo Bills, falling in love with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the best team in April and May, and the worst team in December. So, yes, I understand. I think that's a valid criticism, but I do believe that Tom Brady is a name that trumps that criticism.
No, look, I think it's fair. Like, basically, what I'm saying is, like, we've been down this road before with the Bucs, and it's like after 10 years of them basically being the offseason champions, like, how many times are they going to not live up to that? But if you're a Bucs fan, the thing that you're going to hang your hat on is
this is different. This is different.
Last year, and your quarterback turned the ball over like 40 times last year, and Tom Brady doesn't turn the ball over. And just by sheer not turning the ball over 30 less times, that should result in at least 2 more wins. 3,
yes, but we also heard that I have a friend who is a mega Bucks fan and a mega trivia dude. Like, he's the smartest dude on trivia. And you know what he also said to me when they drafted Aguayo? They said we lost 6 games last year by 3 points. And so I want to go to him and say, I'm sorry, brother. That just I understand what you're saying. Is that, look, ultimately the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be better than we think they are, not because of Tom Brady, but because of their defense under Todd Bowles.
And by the way, I also do want to jump in here real quick and say that I do think that it is different because, like Aaron said, Jameis Winston under center is very different than having Tom Brady under center. And look at what they've done, man. They got Gronkowski back on that team. They just moved up for what I call one of the big 4. Tristan Wirfs is a great offensive tackle prospect. He's a freak athlete. They're investing on the offensive line now. They even moved up to do so. This is different right now, man. I just think that the Saints get the benefit of the doubt right now because they've proven to be the class of the NFC South for the past 3 years, so they deserve that. But I don't know, man. And I've been saying this. Everyone kind of wants to doubt this Tampa Bay thing right now. I have more respect for Tom Brady now than I ever have because he went to a system. More now than I ever have because everyone says.
Did you not see that year he was?
Tom Brady doesn't have a cannon for an arm, and Arians' offense is predicated on throwing the ball down.
That's what he's trying to make a statement, isn't he?
Yeah, and how many times has Tom Brady gone to make a statement and it didn't work out for him? Like, I don't know, man. I just think that, I don't know how Tampa Bay's defense is going to hold up. But as of right now, I think that offense has every bit of firepower to contend with anyone in our division.
Oh, I think they have the pieces. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think when you look at it, on paper, everything's supposed to work. But I agree, it feels different. It certainly does, and there's a lot of things pointing to the fact that the Bucs should be unstoppable this year. Right? There are so many things. They have every piece that they could possibly want on that team. They've drafted an offensive tackle. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of holes that they filled. I just. Until we see this team actually together and actually see them mesh, the thing is like everybody's doubting his ability to throw the ball downfield. He was in charge of that offense in New England, and he wasn't throwing the ball downfield.
They had nobody. They had, and you know what? We also give them such a pass by saying they have nobody because there was Josh Gordon on that team. They had Antonio Brown for a day.
Rob Gronkowski.
I don't know. Yeah,
they had Julian Edelman. You had
last year. Their offense was putrid last year. It was just
but
straight putrid.
When you mentioned Wes Welker and all those guys, though, you're mentioning when they were winning Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's like
No.
8 years ago.
That. I'm talking about my main thing was talking about how talking about a cannon, right? We're talking about how Tom Brady's going to a system that requires a cannon, and it's Tom Brady trying to make a point that he can throw the ball downfield. The problem is Tom Brady's run that offense for years. So if he wasn't throwing the ball downfield, it was his choice.
I agree. I think this is going to be more about can Bruce Arians manage a superstar locker room rather than can Tom Brady throw downfield.
Yeah.
And, I mean, obviously, Jason Light, who is their, I believe that's their GM. I saw their GM come out in criticism or he's kind of punching back at talk about trading OJ Howard, and he's saying like, what's wrong with having a very strong position group? Tom Brady loves the tight ends. Look, don't discount Tom Brady, man. I tell you this, is he ain't gonna make that team worse. So how about this? Aaron, look, you can hang out as long as you want and be part of the conversation, or you can dip out. Tell us where they can find your work, because we're going to now bring in Alan Ulrich, Saints analyst from Under the Dome. So, Aaron, tell us where you can get your work, and hang out if you want, and if not, then have a great night.
Yeah, man, appreciate you guys having me on. Love talking football with you guys. We'll do it again next year, hopefully sooner during the season and whatnot. People can find me on Twitter. I'm at FalcFans, FalcFans. They can find my show, Daily Falcons Podcast, on Locked On Falcons. We go 5 days a week. You can find it on all the major podcast platforms. You can also check out my second podcast, Falcon Central Radio, on YouTube at Pro Football Central, as well as at ProFootballCentral.com. We're going to do a live show on Saturday, and anybody that wants to jump in and talk football with me on Saturday, whether you want to jump in for 5 minutes or 5 hours, you can do that, and you can find all the links to that on YouTube under Pro Football Central. So I appreciate you guys.
Shoot me the link in the DMs, because I love to bounce in the comment section of Tampa Bay and Saints fans and Falcon fans. And don't worry, I'm not as mean as you guys make me out to be.
All right, man. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Thanks, Aaron Freeman. He's with Falcon Fans Radio. Now let's bring in Alan.
Before bringing Aaron, let me just update everybody that the Patriots have traded out.
Who would have thought?
With the
Not
Chargers,
up, but out.
And the Chargers are now back on the board with the 23rd pick.
What do you think it's going to be, Cody?
Not the person,
but
they just got rid of an offensive tackle. They need to draft an offensive tackle.
That's it. You're right. Good call. All right, let's
quarterback.
Yeah, now introduce our guest, because I want to hear his take on who the Saints are going to pick before they pick.
All right, we're bringing in now Alan Ulrich from Under the Dome podcast. Alan, Saints fan who I was just joshing the Falcons analyst for writing 7-page posts. But Alan Ulrich will write a 7-page Facebook post right after the game. It's amazing. It's like 8 minutes after the game parts. Anyway, Alan Ulrich, thorough as always. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. And I tell you what, if I'm late turning that post in, people start DMing me like, hey, man, I'm waiting for the breakdown. I want to see what you thought of this game. I'm like,
and he'll be like, and he's making jazz references. He'll be pulling in like, you do it like an essay that I would write professionally. I love it. I do love it. They're always creative. Ultimately, we got you here now. Tell us about where the Saints are in the NFL draft at this point. I mean, not just where they're at and where they're picking, but where you guys overall are at.
Well, I tell you what, first off, this draft has really unfolded the way the Saints wanted it to. They're needing a linebacker and receiver, and to an extent corner, and we didn't see the first receiver go off the board until what, pick 11, pick 12, somewhere around there. So you still have a lot of receivers left out there. You've got both linebackers. They were interested in Patrick Queen and Kenneth Murray. Both of them are still on the board. Even for those who thought they were going to take a quarterback this year, Love is still there. So, I mean, they're literally in a place where they can take almost anything because starter-wise, they've got every position filled. What you're looking for now in this draft is future. You're looking for
future and depth. Future and depth, right?
And that's really where you want to be if you're picking at 24. And I'm impressed they didn't get panicky and trade up like Tampa did, went up one pick and gave up, I thought, a second and a fourth. I'm just seeing who got picked. I think Tampa gave up a second and a fourth to go up one slot. And I didn't think the 49ers were going to take a lineman. I expected them to take a defensive player or a receiver. So I still don't understand the trade unless Tampa thought that
someone else was going to come in,
jump up in front of them. But I couldn't see the 49ers dropping that far. They had their guy circled. They could see him falling, and they got who they wanted.
Does Cody?
Cody,
who's the GM for the 49ers?
The John Lynch. Let me just update Alan real quick. That if you need a linebacker, it's going to have to be Patrick Quinn because Kenneth Murray just went to the Chargers that traded up for him. So, all right, I'm gonna kind of interject here. So, okay, New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Mm-hmm. Alan, call your shot. Who's it gonna be? Who are the Saints taking right here at 24?
Well, I'm probably going to curse myself, but I do not think it'll be Patrick Queen because I think Patrick Queen is more of a weak side linebacker than a Mike or a strong side linebacker.
Right.
Just because of his size. So I don't think they're interested in him. The name I heard before the draft began was, and this is a left field pick, but Jonathan Taylor out of Wisconsin, the running back.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to go for that. I think that was just something that was their fallback option. If the nightmare happened and they lost everybody that was on their board that they had picked, I think they go receiver here. I don't think they go Queen. I think they go receiver, probably a speed receiver. So you're looking at Mims from Baylor. I like T. Higgins a lot. I think he gives them what Marcus Colston used to give them. I know he plays more like the outside X position, but I think they can use him in the slot. It just is a good
And
matchup.
you need to be ready for the next phase too, right?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
You need to be ready for the next phase too, like not what he would be to your offense today, but you maybe could shift him outside for the future.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, with Thomas plays the slot a lot. Because this offense is all predicated on mismatches. So if they can get a mismatch, they'll move Thomas into the slot. So it's not like, you've got two of the same receivers. You can't have them both on the field at the same time. But I really think they do receiver. The only other position I could possibly think they're going to do is cornerback, and then that'd be Trevor Diggs, the cornerback from Alabama.
Before
those are the players I really think have the best shot because you've got a 31 going on 32-year-old corner they picked up from the Giants off of waivers, Janoris Jenkins on one side, and then you've got Patrick Robinson, and they showed the highlights from the Minnesota playoff loss. Patrick Robinson and P.J. Williams as your nickel and dime backs, and the Saints really need somebody strong on the outside.
You got Lattimore, though, homie.
You do have Lattimore, but you really have no number two guy, and I think that's where the weakness is. We thought we had something with Apple. Then Apple showed why the Giants really unload him. You picked up Janoris Jenkins. He looked good in the couple of games he played for the Saints, but you got to be worried that, okay, was that good for a couple games, but not good for 16 games? And then we're going to have another weakness on that outside, because you saw teams as the season went on this past in 2019 go at Apple over and over and over again. The 49ers destroyed him. So
let me pose this to you real quick.
Okay.
I actually do like the idea of Jonathan Taylor, considering Alvin Kamara is up in the air. It's a good insurance pick in case you don't sign him, in case he decides, hey, I want Christian.
There's no way they're going to be able to afford Kamara in the long run.
I agree. My question to you is there any chance Jordan Love is the player here? Because if you think about it, I know they were high on Patrick Mahomes. I've heard reports that they have done their due diligence on Jordan Love. And I see a scenario where, it is similar to what Andy Reid and Mahomes did. You have, he's going to be able to sit under Drew Brees for at least another year or two. And he's going to be able to learn whatever. He's going to be able to learn the system. He's not forced to rush into things. You already have the offensive line. What do you think about Jordan Love at this pick, and do you think it's even possible?
I don't think it's impossible. I liked Tua, which that's a no-brainer, but I love Tua in the draft, and I wouldn't have been upset if they would have traded up to go get Tua. They didn't have the ammo to do it, but I would have loved to have gotten Tua and put him behind Brees. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. The thing I'm concerned about is, because you missed out on Lattimore, because you pretty much know this is going to be Brees' last year. Tony's right. When you make an agreement to go to NBC Sunday Night Football game post-game analysis, taking Chris Collinsworth's place, thank you. Taking Chris Collinsworth's place on that.
I like Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, here's a guy that no.
All right, let's not get off on that, but okay, keep going on Brees.
But yeah, in this regard, I can see them playing for the future, because we talked about this last time I was on you guys' show, and thank you again for inviting me for this. Taysom Hill is a gadget player. He's a fun guy to watch, but he's not a franchise quarterback.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
And how about this idea too, that they put a first round tender on him? Like, how awesome is that? They're like, we're gonna cut this guy, but if you want to give us a first round player, then we'll take it.
Yeah.
We're gonna give him $2. That was what their offer was like, we'll give you $2, and if anybody beats that, we're gonna get a first round player.
So I don't think New Orleans is gonna go quarterback though, because I think for Brees' legacy, I think they're trying to get him another Super Bowl. So they're gonna try to get something where they can win right now. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans got another offensive lineman.
The pick is in. You know what's been great? Not great. I hated about the New Orleans Saints the past year or two. Last year specifically, is their defense was good.
Yeah.
And that's actually, I'm dying for them to pick an offensive player, because a Saints defense is problematic.
I'll be honest with you. One of the reasons why we lost that wild card game was the offensive line, especially the guard positions.
Well, the pick is in. They're getting ready to announce it right now.
Okay. I would not be surprised with
We let Cody call it, because his TV is faster than everybody. So everybody be quiet till Cody says the pick.
The New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz.
Who is that?
He is a center from Michigan.
Okay.
All right, Alan, what do you think? And where does he end up playing? Because you guys just drafted Eric McCoy last year. And,
right now, Saints Twitter's exploding. I know it. He's going to play. He's got to play right guard. Larry Warford, they were not happy with him. He's got a high cap number too. He's the second highest cap number on the team. They were not happy with his production last year. And that's what I was getting ready to say right before the pick was announced. The Saints did not like what happened to them in that playoff game. We lost because we couldn't control the interior. And with a 6-foot quarterback, you need that strong interior to keep that pocket clean so Breeze can step up and make the deep throws. He's got to play left guard. He can, or right guard. I'm sorry, right guard. He can't possibly be in there for the center because, like you said, we drafted McCoy last year in the second round. They really liked him a lot.
Well, maybe you're going for a player that has a bit of versatility too, because I will tell you this: is we can slot players into a position, but if your boy gets hurt, somebody's got to play the position.
Well, you can't guard, as close as they were to the Super Bowl, you can't be drafting them just for depth. He has to be somebody who's going to be able to start on the O-line right now. I just think like I said, I don't.
This is smart. This is smart by the Saints, dude. For so long, they didn't do this. They were adopting the Dallas Cowboys model. That's what they're doing. They're adopting the Dallas Cowboys model of drafting just linemen. And that's what I would do. And I think if I was a GM, I would make a pact to myself to say every year I'm going to draft an offensive or defensive lineman in the top 3. Like, no matter what. I mean, like the top 3 rounds.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, no matter what, I'm picking a motherfucking defensive lineman or an offensive lineman in round 3.
Yeah. I think defensively, they're banking on the fact that with Cameron Jordan, Davenport, and Sheldon Rankins, that they can get enough pass rush where it'll kind of help their secondary. Because that was the only other position I could have seen was them going, trying to pick a number 2 corner.
Let's talk about that. Now, the Saints defense, like I mentioned earlier, was far more impressive and formidable than we're used to seeing. In fact, for the last 2 years, but last year, I think was the real deal. Alan, where do you feel about how the defense is going to help you guys continue? And what do you think about Tampa Bay and the star power that is there, Tom Brady?
Well, first off, I think the strength of the Saints defense is in that defensive line. With Cam Jordan, a healthy Davenport, a healthy Rankins, and Malcolm Brown really did play very well for us in the zero technique. They're stout against the run, and they do a good job against the pass. You've got good pass rushers who can get to the quarterback, and you can do that without blitzing a whole heck of a lot.
Which is key. Man, if you can't get a natural pass rush in the NFL, you are a bum.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a bum. That's what the Panthers have done. In the past couple of years, when Wilkes was our defensive, we blitz more than any team in the NFL. What does that tell you? You're bums 1-on-1.
You live by the blitz, you die by the blitz. Mm-hmm. You expose in your secondary when you blitz. And the Saints like to play a lot of man coverage with the safety sitting high, and they got the other safety drop down in the box to help out with the run. I think the weaknesses of the Saints defense basically is in the linebacking core. Outside,
do the Saints still run a lot of 3 safeties like they used to?
I'm sorry, what?
Do the Saints still run a lot of 3 safeties like they used to?
They do, and they're going to run even more now with Malcolm Jenkins being back in the fold, because you're going to see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who is a safety, play that corner position. You can probably see Malcolm Jenkins kind of play that roaming position up near the line of scrimmage or dropping off high with Williams. So you're going to see a lot of 3 safety looks with both corners, the other Jenkins, Janoris Jenkins, and Lattimore playing man-on-man coverage. And the linebackers, their responsibility is going to have to be the flats and, the little flare out passes and so forth that go to the running backs. So it's all about that front four, though. That front four cannot get pressure and struggles containing that run. The whole defense falls apart.
So a quick update here. The Minnesota Vikings have traded out, and they have traded with the San Francisco 49ers, who are going to select. Is about to announce it.
We have a trade, folks. Look, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are trying to win the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they get a receiver.
Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver from Arizona State.
Wait, who was that? That was the 49ers just took him?
Yeah, the 49ers just traded up to take Brandon Ayuk. Yep. Dude, I
thought they were going to take Denzel Mims because from what I was hearing, I thought they really liked Denzel Mims.
T. Higgins is still on the board, man.
Yeah.
I really am.
Still sitting there in the second
That's
round.
that Clemson pride.
He's about to pick him up, though.
Yeah, we might.
All right, hold on. Time out. Let's go to Gene. Tell us about what you think about Higgins in the second round.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I had my headphone half off.
You were talking about Higgins in the second round. Tell us what you think. Things could get interesting there.
No, I wasn't saying Higgins. I was talking about Mims.
Mims.
Or Denzel Mims. I was expecting him to go in the first round. I thought somebody would take him, and they still could. But if he's sitting there, whenever Carolina's picking the next round, just given the interest they've shown in Judy and the interest they showed in CeeDee Lamb, it would be It'd be very interesting that somebody at Matt Rule knows, a Baylor prospect, if he fell to them in the second round.
Cody, what do you think about that?
I don't know, man. Right now, it kind of seems like the Carolina Panthers are allergic to Clemson players. Like, we don't interview them.
They need to just have defense. We just need defensive players. Is there a defensive player in the second round that's awesome for us? Please tell me there is.
Grant Delpit is still on the board. Yeah, and I'm higher on Grant Delpit than everyone else because in my mind, he's going to be a free safety in the NFL. LSU tried to play him a little bit everywhere like Clemson did Isaiah Simmons, and that's not what you want to do with him. Christian Fulton from LSU is still on the board. There are good players to be had. Cameron Dantzler is on the board. There's a lot of good players that are still available on defense for the Panthers to take. But, I mean, this is a good question for everyone. What's the next biggest position of need on defense for Carolina? Like, what do we need most right now?
Middle linebacker.
Defensive end. We need a defensive end. We ain't got no defensive ends, man.
We have Christian Miller. We have Brian Burns.
Don't say Christian Miller until that motherfucker has 10 sacks. I don't want to hear his fucking name. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a nothing. That's a nothing. That's a zero production.
Said coming into this draft,
he got hurt though. He played good in the Arizona game.
You shouldn't really look at X need for this team. You just kind of look at who they get at who the best prospect is.
Yeah.
Our biggest need,
being need is important though. Still. Despite this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot tell us that the 150 prospect at cornerback versus the 148 prospect at linebacker, you know what I'm saying? Like, you truly can take best player available. At some point, need has to be a real part of your analysis.
I don't know. Not when you're...
How do you rate? How about that? Tell me that. How do you
to the point that
how do you split hairs between someone you have ranked 150 who plays corner and someone who is 158 that plays defensive line?
It just matters who you like better, or who you think fits your defense better, who's the better prospect. I mean, it's BPA. I mean, need plays into it some, but I don't think a specific draft, given what they've done this offseason and given the things they've been doing, that you really need to reach for need, because this team isn't winning this year. I mean, you want to start filling needs maybe next year, the year after.
Well, that's smart. That's a good way of thinking.
You just want to get the best player, no matter what position. Like I said.
I just feel that it's hard to say who's the best player.
Receiver, and nobody wanted to get CeeDee Lamb if we traded back.
I just feel it's hard to differentiate between 198 and 187.
I want to remind everyone that Corn Elder is set to be a starter right now. I'm just throwing that out there.
Cody, who's
he's a good player though?
Shut up. He actually, you know what? He doesn't deserve any criticism. The fucking coaching staff threw him out there on an island unfair, which they also sacrificed Ben Rickery's career to that. But Cody, really, tell me, how did you tell a difference between 198 and 188?
Between 198
on your big board. On your big board, if we're just doing BPA, how do you truly, if you're the GM and you've got 198 and 188 there, you know what I'm saying? Like, is I think best player available is important for like the top 50 picks.
But it depends though.
Maybe top 100. You want to say that?
So, but okay, what Jen is saying right now, like Patrick Queen is still on the board. A lot of people had him as the highest rated interior linebacker in the NFL. If he's there, and you have another player at corner that you don't love as much, I mean, yeah, you're gonna still have a hole, but you're missing an opportunity to upgrade a different position with a much better football player. So
we're short a linebacker right now, anyway.
Yeah,
because I mean, right now, who would Jermaine Carter would be the third linebacker, right?
Can you look in the closet and get my blackboard out of the closet and send it?
What is that girl doing? Is she reorganizing your closet?
Nah, she's on the phone with her uncle.
With her uncle? She's reorganizing her closet. I want to know what's in it.
Nah, she wants something from the old house, from her old house here.
All right, so my point is this. Ultimately is I love BPA arguments, but I don't believe them.
I don't believe in BPA anyway. I believe you take in. It's not just. I guess it's the best fit mixed with, but I don't feel like if you like somebody, you like him. It doesn't matter. Value is what I don't really believe in.
Did I see Jay Cryer in the house?
Yes, Tony. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, let's go to this. Jay Cryer.
The Packers.
By the way, Jay is my spirit. If you guys talk, if G Baby is Cody's spirit animal, Jay is my spirit animal. Jay, brother, good to see you. And tell us about your new beautiful habitat.
Oh, Beefy, yeah. Oh, wow. I was only there for about 5 weeks, and then I've been stuck in England since. But,
you're back in England?
Yeah, I came back when I'm in Scotland. I came back for my little boy's birthday, and then obviously the lockdown happened, so I've been in here since.
Oh, that's why you're fucking stuck, which is awful. Yeah. Isn't that even worse?
Yeah, but I'm making the best of a bad situation, you know. So obviously I've been able to spend some time in Scotland, and then I went back to England for a couple of weeks, and now I'm back up here. Because my little boy's mum's a nurse, so she's been on the front line, so it was just easy for me to be up here.
Well, my man, would tell us where you were before, because I said, we're going to go see my boy. I said, look, don't worry, baby. I said, I'm going to take you on a vacation. And I was ready. I'm like this. And she was like, where's that? And I showed her a picture of it. And she was like, hell yeah. Tell us where you
Yeah.
be at these days.
So it's Ibiza. It's a little Spanish island, and it's like paradise.
What's the name of it?
Ibiza.
What?
Oh,
Dude, I
Bifa.
hate to interrupt. The Packers just drafted Jordan Love.
That's
The
succession of Aaron Rodgers.
The Green Bay fucking Packers just drafted a quarterback, dude.
Yeah, nice for them.
What?
So pretty much Aaron Rodgers about to get Brett Favre, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He just got Brett Favre. Just got. All right, so Abiva, is that how you say it?
Ibiza.
Abifa. All right,
Ibiza,
so
yeah.
you're
And
back
it's-
at home now. You watched the Panthers draft. Tell us from the UK, how you feeling about the Panthers draft?
Disappointed.
Yeah.
Because I was hoping I wanted Akuda, Simmons, Brown in that order, or I fancied Tura as well if he was free, but obviously it was a slim chance. But I was hearing news that he was dropping down. I'm just finding it hard to get excited about Teddy. So he's steady and he's accurate,
Yeah, he's steady Teddy. That's what he is.
I just want to get Cam was just a life and soul of the team, wasn't he? And like obviously I've been a fan for probably six years now. So I've only ever known Cam and that energy. And obviously I saw them at Wembley with Carl Allen. It's just not the same experience. So like I just wanted something to get excited about.
Yep,
And
I'm the same exact way.
I'm sure Brown is a great bloke and he's going to be a good player, but it just feels like it just feels just like, I mean, I could have picked it, but it was just not the excitement that I was hoping to get out of tonight. But I don't think we ever get that, do we? Every year we're here in this situation, we're always disappointed, man.
Right. But the good news is that Tua was taken, Justin Herbert was taken. So the decision, that kind of nervous, that excitement that we wanted, we couldn't have it anyway. So now you got to think about this: is the Panthers are turning a new leaf. New coach, new ownership, everything is new. I don't even know what to think about with the Carolina Panthers going forward, to be honest. And it's not a negative. It's just I just don't know.
Tells me that they are not in a win now mode. They are trying to build. They're trying to build the team to be what they want it to be. So what I mean by that is Isaiah Simmons would immediately have impacted our defense to be able to, pull out some wins. Now I'm not saying Derek Brown can't do that. But I'm thinking that from a perspective of who's going to have more of an impact, I feel like Isaiah Simmons being able to do what he's able to do would have had a bigger impact. And Derek Brown's a good player. Derek Brown's a good player. But what I mean by defensive tackles aren't getting. I mean, they're stuffing the run. They're doing that. They can get after the quarterback, but they're not known to be the ones to getting after the quarterback. They're known to be the ones stuffing the run. That's why the edge is there. And so I just don't. It makes me feel. It gives me the emotion that this is not and I think we were already on board with this, but this is definitely solidified that this is not a win now mode.
Yeah, well,
I think it's easier for a defensive tackle to make game changing plays though necessarily than a linebacker.
Well, actually early on in their career too.
Sorry, Tony, you carry on.
I was just saying this is that when we were talking about who makes the game-changing plays, is a defensive tackle can add a lot quick to a team.
But I just feel like you think back to players like Carl Love. Was it Carl Love? And, he'd come in, he'd just be there to just stop the run, but, he's not there to do anything else. He wasn't a sexy player, was he? I think when you're picking in the top 10, I want to see you go after somebody that's really going to make the impact. And I think I really wanted a cornerback just because they're so expensive. So it makes sense from a financial point of view to go after a corner early on. And I think
that's the
attitude.
fan thing. I think that's the video game kind of thing. You build your foundation on the line.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Look at who we're having to face this year. We have no cornerbacks. Like we have none.
That's what scares me the most.
And what I like about what Jay is saying too is the financial component. Is you kind of get to think of. I actually don't mind you drafting a running back in the first round because you get them for 5 years, and then you could be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
The idea is cornerbacks are expensive. So it would be nice to have one for 4 or 5 years and then say, fuck you. I mean, you don't want to do that to anybody, but at the ultimate time, is that would you like 5 years out of a defensive tackle or 5 years out of a corner? But to T Money's point, our defensive line fucking sucks a deep.
It was painful to watch it last year, but you think with Tepper's background, you think he'd come up from a point of view and he'd go, right, who's the most expensive positions to replace in free agency? Okay, that's who we're going to go after. So we go after all the premium positions, best player available, and then get.
I think that's smart.
Get your run blocking defensive tackle on the cheap. It doesn't make sense to me the way they've handled McCaffrey. I was convinced they were going to trade him. I could not believe they paid him all that money. They had another 2 years before they even had to worry about that. I got to start questioning some of the decisions. We see too many players that are average that they've just been sort of connected to Matt Rule from college. Like it just doesn't seem like they know.
It's a lot, isn't it, Jay? It's a lot of players connected to him. It's starting to get like too many.
Yeah, but you know what? Well, if you go and get the coach from the best team in college football, then by all means let him bring in everybody he's ever met. But you're talking about a team that was just they were up there, but they weren't the best, were they? And I don't know what it is. I'm finding Tepper and Rule really hard to like at the moment, and that's not something that I struggled with before. There was always something I could hold on to, whether it's Cam, Luke, obviously Josh Norman. I love Josh Norman, whoever it was. But at the moment, I'm like,
who do we hug? Who do we fucking hug?
Well, can I play devil's advocate for a minute, though?
Yes.
With all the cap space that we're scheduled to have next year, would you rather be spending that money on the sexy positions? Because that's what I'd rather do in free agency than trying to give a whole bunch of money to like.
No, the sexy positions are expensive in free agency.
Yeah, but I'm saying we would be more excited during free agency if we're signing corners, whatever, than if we're giving, because you're gonna have to spend that money regardless. So if we're giving a whole bunch of money in free agency to a defensive tackle, then we would be disappointed then.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as much money, would it? The thing is, you got to realise, from what I see, is it's a lot harder to hit on free agency than people think, because this is where people make their serious money, and then their production seems to go down. Your best way of building is build your skill, like your premium positions up from the draft, and fill everything else. So I'm quite surprised. It doesn't make sense. I think they obviously like him as a character, but I was convinced Simmons would have been the pick when I saw that he was still on the board. I thought it's a given.
I mean, yeah, we all felt like that.
But it just goes to show you just can't predict it. But what's Hurney still doing I just cannot believe.
But I wasn't going to take C.J. Henderson just because he was a corner and Derek Brown was a defensive lineman.
No, and I get that. I was more on about Akuda. That's who I was hoping would drop down. I'm not saying, just pick him purely because he's a cornerback. But I didn't feel like we should overlook Simmons, because I just felt like if you're in a team that's struggling in multiple areas, if somebody can come in and add depth in multiple areas, then that's the obvious pick for a team that's struggling. And it didn't make sense. Did you see his quote when he said, if you pick me, you have an extra 3 spots on your roster? And it's true, isn't it?
He's talking to you, T Money, because you love Simmons. You love Simmons, right?
Yeah. I'm not normally on the Clemson player bandwagon, but I do rock with Simmons. I really wanted Simmons.
Yeah.
But I think here he was just going to be a linebacker, though. I don't think he was going to necessarily play all them positions.
I think he would have. I think he would have been a safety. I think he would have been covering the slot. That guy would have been, as fast as he was running. I think he would have been in multiple different places depending upon situations.
In Carolina or in general? Because that just don't seem like us.
Cody's take the mic for a second, please.
We ain't nobody anymore. Like, we don't have an identity yet.
But I'm saying Brady is saying all that about McCaffrey. Oh, we're gonna do more putting McCaffrey at wide receiver, and I'm more like, I gotta believe it. I gotta see it to believe it. Excuse me.
I wouldn't doubt it if they decide to do more of it. And I think with Joe Brady, that now they're going to at least try and see what that looks like to put Christian McCaffrey out in motion a little bit more than they had previously. But yeah, he's still going to be a running back. I don't know, man. I think Jay kind of hit the nail on the head, man. Like, especially, this past decade has been, I mean, as a Panther fan, like, it has shaped how I felt about the Panthers forever, man. Cam Newton, Luke Kuechly, Greg Olsen, and now in one fell swoop, they're all gone. And, we have Christian McCaffrey to hang our hat on, but I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like there's a lot to look at. When you look at this roster right now, there isn't a lot of name talent. I mean, there really isn't. Not a lot of proven name talent. You're kind of just hoping that Christian McCaffrey is going to be able to run your entire offense and that you're going to be able to protect Teddy Bridgewater. But I don't even know if we're going to be able to protect Teddy adequately enough. There's a real big difference between the Panthers' offensive line and the Saints' offensive line. And you see how much, hell, look what the Saints did tonight. They took another offensive lineman. They know how important that position is. And I just don't know that we're in a position where Teddy Bridgewater is even going to be able to make use of all those weapons. So it's a weird time to be a Panthers fan, man. And I'm not going to lie, I don't have a lot of trust in the front office to make the right decisions going forward. Like, I just don't. I think Marty Herney should have left. He should have left when Ron Rivera left. But he's still here. So,
Cody, do you just feel like it's just so scattered with the plans? It's like it looks like they're gonna tank, and then they go and spend loads of money on Teddy. It just doesn't make sense. It's just like they're sort of half in, half out. And I think the feeling is we're going to probably win 3 or 4 games, just enough to take us out of getting the QB, Trevor Lawrence, and we could all stomach one. We could all stomach one bad season, but what we can't stomach is just a 3 or 4 win season.
Yeah.
But not really gaining anything from it. I just can't seem to get the signal. It feels like almost as if there's like a power struggle in the building, and one person wants to tank and one person doesn't, and it's just a weird. But I still think if you look at how much we've struggled the last couple of years with some of the players that we've got, I can't see us winning any games at the moment. Looking at the defense, it looks awful, doesn't it?
Yeah, we talked about this last Tuesday. We're only favored to win one game.
Yeah, one game. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And that's just embarrassing, man. And you're right. It doesn't seem like there's a consensus on what we're doing. Are we building up to win this season? If so, why pay Teddy all that much? Why pay Robbie Anderson what you paid him? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It seems like we're going to win 4 or 5 and take ourselves out of the running for the quarterback that we want.
Why not just give Will Greer a year and just say, you know what, if it goes tits up, then brilliant, we're going to draft number 1, and if he's a good player, then we don't need to. I just don't see the point in going out and paying Bridgewater. I couldn't understand it for the love of me.
It's like y'all act unrealistic though to a certain degree. I just know my boy Tony for one. I don't know about the rest of y'all. But if we really going into next year tanking and y'all making a podcast every single week and we're 0-15, 0-16, 1 and whatever.
It's going to be rough, bro. Man, we're used to it, man. Have you seen what we've been going through? And we've been doing this show through all this hard time.
I think that's part of the problem.
No. I'm not saying that y'all gonna not have a podcast. And I know better than that. What I'm saying is the energy or how you're going to be feeling and how you're going to be upset. Because you could do all that trying and still not get the first pick.
No, I know.
Or
No,
you
there's
could,
no
or you could be
guarantee.
the Dolphins who wanted Tua. They've been talking about tenure for Tua for X amount of years. They did their best to win. They played for their coach, and they still ended up getting the guy they wanted. That
Yeah,
I just don't
I mean,
believe in trying to tank on purpose.
Oh,
That just
and
start
I'm a
losing
proponent
coaches.
of that wholeheartedly. I think that there is no scenario that exists where Matt Rule comes in. This is his first year. This is as a head coach in the NFL. This is a legacy developing year, right? If he comes in and he's not, and it's clear that they have no effort whatsoever, that taints his entire like career from that point. His people's views of him and everything. I mean, I don't believe we're tanking. I think that's not something that would that I think would be a logical approach. But just based on if you watch him and you know his background, yes, there have been some things that have been said that maybe went the other direction. But I mean, he does not seem like a guy from an integrity standpoint that's going to actually be able to coach a locker room full of guys that he has actually been a part of the, all these Temple players and Baylor players and all these people that he's been bringing in. I can't imagine he's bringing them in to fail,
And
I
first
don't
of all,
think
that's
that
why
is.
Marty's still here. I mean, was it take the bullet on releasing Cam for one, and two? If we cut Cam and then go 2-14, the fan base is gonna go. Especially if Cam goes somewhere else and he's balling, and we're going 2-14, 1-15.
Oh, that's going to be a problem.
This fan base is gonna be ready to kill him after year one.
Yeah, but this fan base is soft too. They're soft. This fan base is soft on the criticism, though. So we'll be patient. I think the Panthers fans will be patient with this. But I do believe this is that, and this is something T Money has said over and over, is don't act like Joe Brady and them ain't going to come in and try to do something, do their business. You know what I'm saying?
Joe Brady is trying to get a head coaching job as fast as he can get it, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And I've been saying it all offseason. We was never going to let the offense get that bad because Joe Brady is trying to be whatever the record is for being the youngest head coach ever. He's trying to break that record.
If they're not tanking, why get rid of anybody that had any value for nothing, and not replace any of them? Not even try and replace any of them. I'm not saying that they should tank. I'm just saying.
How do we know besides Cam? How do we know we got rid of him though? Maybe Trey Boston. I mean, I heard Trey Boston.
Our defense is shit. Our defense is shit, yeah.
But I don't think we were getting rid of him. I think the defenders was deciding they was making a choice to leave. I mean, Trey Boston said it. He's the only one that didn't stand by his word. But he was.
Why do you think? All right, T Money. Why do you think they cut Eric Reed?
I mean, Eric Reed wasn't that good to me. Not last
year.
Okay.
All right. So you think
he was playing hurt?
Yeah, he's always playing hurt, by the way, according to him. I get you. I get that. But do you think that the Panthers have not – I mean, really, when you look at the defense, there is zero – I guess this draft might be after the first round trying to contribute to it. But we know there's significant weaknesses. The defense has been trash for a minute now.
Tony, I'll tell you exactly why they got rid of him. That was a sign to him and everybody else that Tepper only wants yes men in the company, and that's why Cam went. And that it's clear to see from the outside looking in that Tepper never liked Cam, and he thought, right, I'll give him a chance, and if he's too good that I can't get rid of him, then I won't. But first chance, then he's gone.
I think that's fair.
I disagree with that.
I can just see it in him. I can literally see it in him. He's arrogant, and he comes in. He wants to put his own stamp. I know best, and everyone knows that Eric Reed's outspoken. And I just think it's a new era. It's going to be done our way, and anyone who's going to talk out, gone. And to me, that would be Cam, and it would be Eric Reed. And I think Luke probably just thought, you know what? What's the point of me risking my health for a rebuild?
I think that's all fair. I think that's a fair. All those are fair comments.
For one, because of David Tepper's and Cam's relationship. David Tepper has went out of his way to attend, like for example, Cam's
Only
Thanksgiving
one time, and it was
Did
so
we ever see
awkward.
Jerry
We
Richardson
watched,
there?
but we watched it. It was awkward as all shit.
But did we
I
ever
do not
see Jerry
believe for
Richardson
1
go to
minute.
one?
I don't know about you guys, yeah, but I could tell from the minute he came in that he was lying. I could tell about Cam he was lying, and I could just, with the way Cam was dressing and the way Cam was acting, I could just tell he was going to be gone. And I was proved right. But I think the same thing with Eric Reid. I know he wanted to be the first person to give Eric Reid a chance because I think he's that kind of guy that wanted to be seen as being like this new style of owner that didn't care what anybody thinks.
But he was like, it was for show. It may have been for show. All right, let's go to Alan Ulrich because I know he's got to get out of here. Overall thoughts about just the draft to this point and what the Saints have done.
Well, real quick, because I wanted to jump in what you guys were talking about. You're talking about Eric Reid and Cam Jordan being gone, and Cam Newton being gone. You know, I think when the new coach comes in, he wants to be the voice and get people that buy into his program. So you start getting rid of the personalities you think that'll probably give you the most trouble into buying into what you're trying to sell. And that's why he's bringing in his Baylor people, bringing in those kind of people. So in the short term, yes, you probably will have a weaker team. Not that he's tanking like you're tanking for Tua. You're not tanking for the Clemson quarterback. But what you want to do is you want to get people who buy in. So when these young players come in, the program's established. They see that people like the program, and you can mold the culture to fit what you want it to fit, not trying to reshape Riverboat Ron's characters, Ron Rivera's personalities into buying into my program. It's what new coaches like to do. And I think that's what you're going to see in the Panthers. I think this is going to be a transition year. You're going to win games you're not supposed to win, and you're going to lose games that you should win. But overall, I think you're going to have a better product than you had last year. And you have to look at it from a long-term perspective. That's just me as an outsider looking in.
I wholeheartedly agree with
So
you.
So the games that we're not supposed to win, are we gonna beat the Saints any this year?
No, those aren't the ones.
Question.
It'll be the Atlanta game. It'll be the Atlanta game. No,
you said we're going to lose the games we're supposed to win. We're only supposed to win one game, aren't we? I'm saying we're only favorite for one game.
But here's a question for the Panther fans, man. If we're getting rid of all the outspoken people and this, that, and other, why do we not get rid of Trey Boston when he publicly got on WFNZ and talked about the organization and about, I mean, that would include David Tepper.
What did he say? He didn't say shit.
Yes, he did. He got on WFNZ. He said, me and all the other veterans are looking real closely about what are we going to do with Cam? And if Cam's goes, that's going to make a choice. That's going to make a major decision for a lot of the veterans on this
Oh,
team.
yeah, that's right. So what do you think? What do you think about it when it comes to Trey Boston? Signing Trey Boston. First of all, we've been critical about Trey Boston his entire career.
Not me. I always liked him. He's a target.
Oh, shut up. He was terrible in the beginning.
He was awful the first time. Right?
Yeah.
He celebrated when he left, didn't we, Tony?
Yeah. He got a lot better.
They should have let him go.
All right.
He's always been a playmaker.
My opinion on it, Tony, my opinion is that they thought we've got to keep at least one fan favourite, and they see him as a Carolina guy, and they probably thought, let's keep one familiar name.
One vocal guy too. He's vocal. Like he'll do the press conferences afterwards. Other people were not doing those. It's important.
And
then
then
if you're just about wanting all the power, though, speaking out against the team.
It's just what I just believe.
This is not a conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that Trey Boston finally got nobody wanted to give him a deal. And the Panthers did, finally. And they paid him what he's worth. He's been okay. He's not the best tackler. He's not the best tackler or whatever. But all of the questions surrounding Trey Boston and then we cut Eric Reed. That's the weird part about it.
But
it's
you
not
just
about.
You just said it. Eric Reed didn't play well. Eric Reed is always hurt.
He played all right. He played pretty good, though. He had 130 tackles last year, dude.
Franchise record.
Eric Reed has been an injury risk since he got ran over by Mike Tobin, and Mike
Yeah,
Tobin had to apologize.
I remember that. He looked like he was damn broke. Yeah, I remember that play. But he did have 130 tackles last year. We asked Eric Reed to... Eric Reed was a bigger part of our defense than he should have been last year. That's my point.
So you believe that they were lying when they said that they really liked that Burris kid they got?
No, I don't know. I mean, I hope. I mean, obviously, I hope he's awesome. I don't know.
Tony, to me, it's no different to Tepper buying any other company. He comes in, he thinks, right, I'm bringing in my own managers. Who's gonna cooperate and who's not? And I think with Trey Boston, he's probably that guy that you ask around and say, who does everybody like? And he's that guy. He's probably that face, that energy. And I think you can probably buy his silence. You know, all he's speaking out. I think now you've paid him. I think he's probably a locker guy, whereas Eric Reed, I don't know if you could say the same for him.
Cam being gone doesn't have anything to do with his personality, dude. It has to do with simple finances.
No, not true.
If Cam, first of all,
I don't agree with that.
It has nothing to do with finances.
Yes, it does.
All right, here, hold on. Let's pause this conversation and let's go to Cody Lashney. He's gonna unmute his mic and he's gonna update us where we are on the picks. Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. So. I don't even remember the last pick we announced, dude. I'm gonna.
Well, tell us what they're announcing now.
We're on Miami. We're on Miami, and Miami's on the clock right now.
How are they again? We also got Jay. Is it Jay Andrews? By the way, Titans, Packers, bro. All right, I want to make sure I didn't get you wrong.
I can't wait to talk to your ass.
I know. We actually want to talk to your. We want to talk to your compadre. We're ready to fight with your compadre all the time. He's sensitive. Anyway,
there is no compadres. There is no more compadres. Except for the big announcement, the new compadre Jay has been on his own for about 2 weeks. The rest of the guys are gone. It's been a one-man rock band at Titletown Brawl and First and Goal until today. We happily announced, I talked to him for about 2 hours and closed the deal. As of Tuesday, I will be joined by the new star and co-host of Titletown Brawl, none other than Super Bowl 45 champion running back, second-round selection out of Nebraska, Brandon Jackson.
Nice. Yeah, good for you, bringing the credibility. Look at the credibility there.
Packers with us, and it's going to be hell of a lot of fun. And you know what? We'll have a lot to talk about because we have the next guy. The next Brett Favre just got drafted tonight, and I ain't pissed about it.
All right, let's talk about it. We brought in you from Titletown. Tell us again where the podcast...
It's Titletown Brawl, and we're for the Brawl Network. Yep, you can visit and find all our podcasts. Visit the website, thebrawlnetwork.com. There's all kinds of great stuff. We've got all the pods covered. I cover the Packers. Obviously, going to have Brandon Jackson being with us starting Tuesday. And, so we're ready to roll, man. What do you want to know about this pick?
I want to know about it. I want to know about it. You have replicated the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers era. We thought you guys tried to do it again. Who was that guy that you drafted a couple of years ago that was pretty good from quarterback?
Brett
and he
Hundley.
Just sat.
The only guy they drafted high since Aaron Rodgers has been in the heir apparent was 2008. They took Brian Brom out of Louisville in the second round. Who was
there was a UCLA guy or something.
Brett Hundley.
Huntley, that's right.
He was a fifth round pick at the bottom of the fifth round, man.
Right. All right. So we thought that Huntley was going to be the heir apparent, but now you have invested a lot. Tell us what happened tonight and how Packer fans feel.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, they're pissed. They wanted receiver. They wanted Kenneth Murray. They wanted Patrick Queen. You know what? You got to give credit to Daniel Jeremiah. As much crap as we give him about his mocks, he has stayed fast about the fact that these guys were going to take Jordan Love at 30. They moved up 4 spots, took him at 26 instead. He's been steady on it, that his information, he was correct. But everybody's pissed because Aaron's this, Aaron's that. Guys, you don't know. Aaron said he doesn't want to play past 40. He's going to be 37 this year, and he's 1 injury away from not being there. And we've already seen the shit show that the Packers are without a decent quarterback. This kid needs to sit a year or two, just like Aaron Rodgers did. It's not a big deal. This is a deep draft. If you're going to take a year and quote unquote waste a first round pick when you need some skill positions, why not this year when they're talking about you can get first round wide receivers and first round this in the late second and third round and da. This is the year to do it. This is the guy probably that you're going to do it. He's a project, but he's got all the physical tools that you want. His issue is consistency and mental mistakes. That's coaching stuff. And if you get him on the bench behind an all-time great, just like it with the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, who had mechanic issues, arm talent issues, he was accurate, and he had all kinds of issues people don't want to remember coming out of college. That's why he slid. So this is all. You got to be set for the next thing. I ain't mad, man. It's the way you do things. You're always early, not late. You don't know when Aaron is going to take a hit or just decide, I've made enough money, I'm good. I'm going back to California. I'm not mad. They could have done something else, but I ain't mad. This ain't dumb. It's not terrible.
That's a good team decision, but Aaron Rodgers has always came off to me as one of those guys like a Big Ben, a Tom Brady, that they're not trying to help their backup succeed. They hate if you bring in another quarterback. Do you think that's going to cause issues with Aaron Rodgers?
Nope, because you have to remember his MO, he helped Brett Hundley. He helped Matt Flynn.
How did he help Brett Hundley?
Look, Brett. Just because Brett Hundley couldn't run, okay. What
has Brett Hundley done that has been helped?
Well, if you want to talk about it, Brett Hundley
damn T-Money.
Okay, Brett Hundley as a football player had no shot of really ever developing anything else. But there's 2 things you can do.
Why was he that bad?
Because he wasn't talented enough. He came out a year too late. That's where he went to the 5th round, and he missed his opportunity to trick the league into paying him. That's what happened to him. I mean, you could tell his skill set. He wasn't. And then when you saw him play the first couple games, you knew he wasn't going to do it. He just couldn't do it. He was Don Majkowski 2.0. Hit a good pass one time and have a wide open guy and could hit the broadside of a barn if you paid him. And the only dude that could do anything with him was Devontae Adams. Jordy Nelson completely disappeared because he had no idea how to get him the ball. Like, don't get me started on Brett Hundley. The point is as a quarterback, Aaron Rodgers went through this where Brett said, I ain't helping you. And so he is more open. He's always known his mortality.
Aaron Rodgers is not more open.
Aaron Rodgers. I mean, to be fair, to look at it,
I've interviewed all his teammates, and I just had a 2-hour conversation with Brandon Jackson today. I'm telling you, you guys need to stop all this crap in the locker room about Aaron and this. All of his teammates, defensive players, Shannon Sullivan has been there, and Shannon and I have had conversations via text message since he's been on the show. This guy, this is such a media-driven thing. This dude is cool. He's calm. He's collected. He has a lot of fun. He acts like a big kid. His teammates love him. The guys that don't, look at the guys that don't. There's 3.
Guess
calm,
what?
Cool, collected, and a lot of fun. That's what his defensive teammates play. Kingsley Keke, Shannon Sullivan.
Y'all thought I was gay for Cam.
I was about to say, because I've definitely seen Aaron Rodgers, Jay Cutler as offensive lineman before.
And Tom Brady yells at people all the time, and yet he's Tom Terrific.
I put Tom Brady in that same I put him in that same category. I
and
said
Drew Brees, but via Charles Johnson on a radio show, told a great story about how when he was down there, Drew Brees ate up, chewed out, and spit out a 3rd-round pick quarterback he was supposed to help. And he made him he was so mean and such a dick to him in the meeting rooms, out on the practice field, that the kid just mentally broke down. And they were really high on him. Like they all are dinks. All these quarterbacks are winning.
I know Drew Brees got Chase Daniels paid. That's all I know.
That's what I was about to say. Chase Daniels talks swimmingly about Drew Brees. He said Drew Brees took him under his wing immediately when he came there. But nonetheless, I mean, I agree. I think one of the points that you made was that that Aaron Rodgers has been in this position, right? And he had to learn behind a quarterback. And he didn't get to learn behind a quarterback. He had a quarterback who gave him the cold shoulder, who didn't actually give him the benefit of the doubt and actually gave him the time of day in Brett Favre.
For his first 2 years.
Yeah.
The last two were better. But yeah,
We're
the first
better.
2 years. Yeah.
And as you said, I mean, Aaron Rodgers has said he doesn't want to play past 40. So, I mean, the writing's going to be on the wall at some point for him anyway.
But to me, that can make you think, hey, I know what the team did to Brett Favre. Why wouldn't they do that to me? Sort of like when Calvin Ridley got drafted, what did Julio decide to do? He wanted a new contract. Because he was like, I seen what y'all did to Roddy White. You ain't going to do it to me.
Well, and to be fair, Brett Favre was a lot older than Aaron Rodgers will be at 40. I'm not going to say a lot, but when that happened, I mean, that was a situation. I mean, Brett Favre was, I mean, he played high, at a high level after he left Green Bay, certainly, but there was writing on the wall that he was going to be leaving Green Bay at some point anyway. Aaron Rodgers hasn't declined.
Brett was 35 when they drafted Rodgers 24th overall. Rodgers is 36, almost 37. So I mean, there's that. I don't see this as a similar situation because it's just not. Yes,
it is. It is a similar situation because Aaron Rodgers is sensitive. He's sensitive, bro.
Oh, goodness.
I'm sensitive. Don't worry. I'm drunk and I'm sensitive.
Man. I was just gonna say, we're all sensitive. I mean, come on now. But I mean, we're all sensitive. But at the same note, it's a different scenario because they're different people from different backgrounds, and your experiences shape who you are. Aaron's had a different experience, and so his experience and how he's going to handle this is going to be greatly different than how Brett Favre was. And let's be real. I don't think Brett looked at his football mortality anywhere close to the way that Aaron Rodgers has described and talked about his football.
Why? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Because I feel like Brett Favre felt he was invincible.
That's the point. And Rodgers is even this last year, about a month or two ago, made another comment about seeing the back nine of his career. Brett never said anything like that. Brett was like, I can play. My dad told me if I get broken, get up and play, and I can do that until I can't. There's a
Brett Favre think he can play right now.
How about this? All right, so you are okay with the draft pick. What do you think about the other teams in your division?
I was actually kind of surprised at what Minnesota did. You're going to get another weapon, but so now you're going to lose what? Kirk Cousins can score you 51. You got him weapons now. That's great. He's got a line that's pretty decent, but they have no DBs. They have no edge rushers left. They let go their interior defensive linemen. So, their hanging of their hat is defense. And I'm sorry, as long as you're telling me that quarterbacks I'm supposed to worry about Chicago and Nick Foles and Mitch Trubisky, yeah. And until the Lions,
Daniil Hunter is having
until the Lions decide to throw the team. Yeah, that's the only one, man. They let go everybody else. Griffin's gone. Both their interior
just took a corner. They just took the corner out of
one
TCU.
corner. They lost 4 of them. They lost 4 of them and cut 1. So their 5 top corners last year are not on the roster. So great. And you trade Slay for Okuda. Slay's a much better player
Xavier
than
Rose
Okuda,
leaving,
so I'm
losing the corner at this point? Because he's stuck last year.
Well, it's somebody paid him.
All right, so now as of today, after the draft in week 1, where do you think the NFC North is?
Well, it's going to be. It's not complete yet. And you got to remember too that with all this COVID stuff going on, there's a lot of free agents out there that can still shape a roster out there that are waiting for this stuff to get on because there's medical things they need to travel. There's a lot of free agency that never happened. So there's a lot of things, a lot of that we're looking. This is a hole. How are you going to fill that? And you can't put a rookie here and expect. Well, there's going to be veterans players that fill that holes that we weren't seeing that normally would have been on there already and helped shape it out. So you can't really predict too much yet. I mean, normally.
Well, how do you feel about how do you feel about the division though? Because I'll tell you this, and to take the pressure off of you, is I would say this is when it comes to the NFC South, we're thinking this is that the Saints are number 1 because they own the title. Tampa Bay is number 2 because they own the free agency and always own April, March. The Falcons are wishy-washy, and the Panthers are we have no idea. Obviously, we don't believe that any of those are entrenched in stone, but ultimately, how do you view the NFC North at this point?
I think it's basically a race again, just like last year. It's going to be the Vikings and Packers. The Bears don't have what they need to compete. They're not going to get better.
Foles isn't going to bring them to the promised land?
Foles has not done anything outside of the.
If you're telling me that Foles needs to win 2 games at the end of the season and go on a historic run, and I'll okay, but to start at 16 games and tell me he's going to then get them to the playoffs, no, he hasn't. I haven't seen him do it yet, and so why would I think he's going to do it now? And he has less tools, a horrible offensive line. Their best offensive lineman retired, and they don't have enough. They're going to have to do a lot, and they're also in cap hell. That's the other issue here is they just don't. It's not like a team that's got a lot of holes. And the Vikings, they have enough. You know, who knows what they're going to do, but they have enough. Kirk Cousins has shown that they got enough. Who knows?
I mean, but he's right. It's a lot of free agencies that still needs to happen because Jadeveon Clowney is going to help somebody.
Yeah, he's no scrub. He's waiting on medical.
Or just waiting for things to shake out. That's the other thing is that you're waiting for.
When that happened, Jadeveon Clowney would have been one of the top free agents signed because he would have had his medicals. They would have gotten cleared or not, and somebody would have signed him. The fact that he can't get in somewhere where they can check him out properly.
Do you think that's why he hasn't signed a contract?
Because otherwise, look, he's been what? He got traded.
They said he wanted too much.
A first-round pick. He got rented for a first-round pick, and then he wanted a bunch of money. And so that's why they hadn't signed him yet. He's a good player. He's a really good player. He's not Zadarius Smith. He's damn good.
All right. So we're on the last pick of the draft, correct?
Yep, 3 minutes left, but hopefully we'll come in sooner.
So let's start around the clock.
The Dolphins took that corner that I wanted in the second, though.
Who?
That corner out of Auburn.
I don't know any names. I don't care about anybody until they on the team. That's how I become. I don't give a shit about any player until they don't sign. I'm so tired of mock drafts. I'm so tired of people speculating this and that. I've done it. I've edited. One time we put out a draft guide on the.
All right, guys, but I got to get going.
All right, Jay.
I got another place to be on the Brawl, man. Do my part there. So, again, guys, check out Titletown Brawl if you want the Packers. Check out the Brawl. You guys have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jay, for that. For me, I get less and less interested in the draft and as well as the combine because it's like 1% of what we believe is going to happen truly happens, if even that. And so I just want to see who the players are. At this point, the Carolina Panthers drafted Derek Brown. We needed a defensive tackle. Alan, could you tell us if we look to the Saints, just tell us what you did for your team tonight in the draft.
Well, I'm talking a bunch of people off the ledge right now. People are losing their mind because – well, you've got the LSU fans who wanted them to take Patrick Queen, and you also have people who were really confused because we took a center and we drafted last year. We traded up in the second round to take a center, so they don't know where he's going to fit in. Personally, I think we upgraded the team because I think that the weakness was in the guard position, specifically Larry Warford. So I think you're going to see either Ruiz, the guy they picked tonight, or McCoy, the center they had last year, kick over to guard, and that's going to be the offensive line. So I think they got better on the offensive line than they were last year.
All right,
The
fantastic.
I have, though, is what do they do about the other positions? Do they trade up into the second round to get somebody else?
What do you want them to do tomorrow? Not trade up or this. Not that specific, but just tell us, what do you hope the Saints get tomorrow?
Okay. I want them to get into the second round somehow and use that third round pick as well to get a cornerback and a linebacker. Those are the two areas I think they need the most help right now.
All right, fantastic. Alan, tell them where they can find you on YouTube. I know you got a great podcast, Under the Dome.
Yep, you can find us on Under the Dome every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock Central Time. And you can find me on Twitter, 79 Saints. And I'm also on Facebook under my regular name, Alan Ulrich. As Tony says, I post stuff all the time immediately after the game.
He's going to be getting you.
But it's entertaining. I try and make it
long
fun.
form.
I try and make it fun. I put jokes in there, so be glad you can enjoy reading them. You just won't enjoy reading if you're a Falcons fan. I never have anything nice to say about the Falcons.
All right, that is you've been listening to Alan Ulrich, Under the Dome podcast. Thank you, Alan. Let's move on now to Gene Farrell, who has been here all night. Good job, by the way. What are your thoughts on the Panthers draft and just the draft overall?
I think the draft was a little less exciting than I expected it to be.
It was so vanilla. It was vanilla.
Yeah. A lot of the teams that I do like how their GMs work, like the 49ers, kind of moving around, getting what they want to do. I think out of the NFC South, I think the Bucks probably got the best value out of their picks. Because worse, I was not expecting him to fall down to where they were. And they didn't really give up much to trade up one spot to get him if they were worried somebody was going to take him. And then I think, like just now, the Chiefs drafting another weapon for Patrick Mahomes, Clyde Edwards-Helaire out of LSU. I mean, that's really interesting too. But I think the Panthers, I mean, it's about what we expected. I was hoping for a trade back and to gain more picks and assets for the upcoming drafts and kind of get in that same realm as how San Francisco and some of those other teams work, where they have mass assets going into each draft to move around and be able to shift where they want to be. But it can still happen. Day two's coming around. They can still trade back and gain some picks for next year, maybe gain some extra picks for this year. But they're not going to fill everything in one draft. I mean, that's just the way everybody's got to understand. It's not going to happen in one draft. So that's why I'm not a big believer in the whole we have this need gets filled because I don't think they're winning this year. I think this is just to get your best players, no matter what position that you can get them in, and just start developing it under your system. Get people to go buy into your system, and then hopefully by years 2, 3, and 4, we start seeing progressive progress as Breeze and Brady retire, and the NFC South starts opening up for us.
Fantastic. Let's go to Jay Cryer across the pond. I know you were not excited about the Derek Brown pick, but overall, thoughts on the 2020 NFL draft?
Well, to be fair, I've been looking forward to it for the last 3 months. And,
my man.
I'm
going to come party. Jay and I are going to party, and we're going to wreck bitches. That's what I'm going to say. As I showed my wife a picture of where you lived at, and she was like, I'm ready to go. I was like, you can't come with me.
Mate, I'll be waiting for you, VIP, all the way, mate. Let's do it. But yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't paid as much attention as I normally would do, just because I've had some stuff going on. But the usual disappointment when our pick comes in, only because I'm the kind of person, I just do my research, I start getting attached to different players. And I obviously value different positions in my own head. I like a corner. I miss that arrogant like Josh Norman style. I know Dante's tried to do it, but he's not that person yet. So like I was just excited about getting that swaggy corner, but you know, it's going to be day 2, day 3. We can fill it up. I think one thing we've got to be excited about is every year we see the draft and we see like round 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we don't really see them play. Whereas I think we've got an opportunity now to really see like all the players that get drafted have a real chance of playing. And you look back to the Saints when they turned things around a few years ago, they literally got like 4 or 5 starters in one draft.
Yep.
Didn't they? So although we do have a lot of holes, I think on the offense, we're going to be okay as long as we can protect Teddy. So if we do hit 4 or 5 defensive players, I don't think we're going to be as far away as we maybe feel now. But it's a big if, because I wouldn't have let Hurney. I'm amazed out of everybody that's been kept on, he's the guy that they pinpointed to keep going with, because I don't really trust him. So we'll see what happens. But no, I mean, I'm still optimistic, but I just need somebody that I can go, that's our guy. You know, that's the guy I'm looking forward to seeing play next year. So, because I haven't got that at the moment.
All right, that's my boy, Jay Cryer. Yeah, boy. Don't worry.
And
We're
I might go in a minute, Tony, because it's 5:15 in the morning now.
No, go right now. That was your time. Thank you. We're gonna. You and I are gonna. If you put you and I in a bar, we're gonna rip that shit up, brother. That's all I gotta say. Is me and Jay will be tearing that bitch up. All right. Anyway, Jay, thanks.
Come to me and then I'll come to you, Tony. All right, mate.
Let's do it. All right, man. Jay, thanks a lot.
Boys.
He's from Ibiza, aka the UK. All right, let's go to T Money. Overall thoughts on the draft?
My overall thoughts is I wish we'd have got Isaiah Simmons, but Derek Brown will be a great player and will be a good Panther. And names I'm looking at for us picking tomorrow, because everybody has to remember we do pick earlier tomorrow. I think we'll be 5th tomorrow instead of 7th. I'm looking at Fulton, the corner out of LSU. I'm looking at McKinney, the safety out of Alabama, and Diggs from Alabama too. Would be the names that I would be looking at early for tomorrow. Just off the top of my head, but I definitely think we'll get that sexy secondary pick that people want next round.
The first running back. Am I right about this? The first running back?
First running back taken.
32?
Yeah. Was that running back out from LSU?
All right. Overall thoughts on the draft, CK? First night of the draft.
I mean, like, as we've talked about, I think it's there's a lot of optimism. I think every team has some optimism outside of, I think it sounds like some Saints fans and maybe a lot of I think Jay's in the minority when he talks about them drafting Love and you know him being excited about that draft pick. I think he is probably one of the very few Packers fans that aren't completely devastated by the idea of that. I just now watched a reaction because Pat McAfee's doing the same thing that we're doing. And AJ Hawk, who was a linebacker for the Green Bay Packers, he's flabbergasted. He's not sure why this happens. Aaron Rodgers has 4 years left on his deal, you know, and so to put a quarterback like that into that position is tough. And I imagine Aaron Rodgers probably is not going to understand this pick either. But I mean, other than that, I mean, there really wasn't a shakeup. There wasn't anything.
Boring ass draft.
There wasn't a shakeup. You know, one of the things that we talked about on one of the podcasts prior was who's gonna mess it up? Who's gonna be the stupidest thing?
Nobody messed it up. Nobody did.
No, I mean you can't even say the Packers did because they traded their.
I think Atlanta taking AJ Terrell might have been.
All right. Okay.
I did not have him as a first round corner.
I mean, that's a need. I think a lot of people had him high as well. I mean, I don't think anybody just egregiously just screwed it up, right? You didn't have somebody trading up to get Mitchell Trubisky. You didn't have a Daniel Jones taken.
It was a boring draft.
In the second round.
It was a boring draft.
Yeah, I mean,
how about this? Is I'm still awake and it's over. What does that tell us? Because usually I get so
didn't get
drunk
drunk
that
enough.
I pass out like this. 28th pick. I don't know who it was. All right. Anyway. All right. So, Cody Lashney, your last thoughts on the draft. And then let's get the fuck out of here and go to work tomorrow.
My last thoughts on the draft is that it wasn't the pick that I would have made, but the Panthers never made the pick that I would have made. But we have a big time run stuffer. I think he probably does fit well with K1 short. I don't know what we're gonna run, if it's gonna be a 3-4 or a 4-3.
We have no idea. We have no idea.
I think we're sure somebody already came out and told us. I think they already announced we'll be running a 4-3.
I mean, really,
Yeah,
it doesn't
Snow
matter.
said he would prefer
I
that.
mean, we're gonna, we drafted a one defensive tackle and we needed it, and now we have to see what we'll do tomorrow. But hey, man, I'm out of here. Cody Lack, follow me on Twitter, CODYLAC. I'll be updating Draft Tech tomorrow night with comments for the second, third round pick. Check it out.
All right, fantastic. Gene
Cody, hit
Farrell.
me up and let me know who you thinking about tomorrow.
Word up. Gene Farrell, tell us where they can find your work on your website,
Later.
please.
You can either find the website at blackbluemaniac.com or at blackbluemaniac.wordpress.com. That's where you'll find the list. That's mainly all I put on there usually, unless I decide to write a little thought piece about the Panthers.
And what's your Twitter handle?
You can find me on Twitter. The same thing, at blackbluemaniac.
Perfect, man. Thank you so much for devoting your time to the podcast tonight. That was wonderful. CK, we busted that ass on Warzone the other night and got the win. Tell them where they can follow you on Twitter.
You can get me at Codizzle Allen, CODIZZLEALLEN. I am also on Twitch, and I know that may not be everybody's cup of tea to go watch people play video games, but I'm trying to get to affiliate, so I need 50 followers.
Come on, guys. Let's do it.
Y'all help me out. Get 50 followers, and I need 5 people on average chatting while I'm playing. So
that's it. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna get my kids up there. Don't worry, we got you, brother. We got you. Go follow at Codizzle Allen, at Codizzle_Allen, because sometimes he invites this old dude to play video games with him, and I just tag along. Oh, shut up. T-Money. He said that has to be
entertained.
Oh,
seeing Tony play video games, I know he had to have everybody cracking up.
Oh,
he's better than you think. I thought for sure I was.
No, I'm not even talking about from the talent. I'm just talking about Tony's
the attitude. The attitude.
Oh yeah, you know what you need to do, Tony? We need to.
You know it's Skype fun. T-Money knows me better than most people. That's the problem. T-Money knows me too good.
We need to do a Skype call, and then that way, me and you both can be on the screen when we actually do the.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Stream. So people can see you reacting.
And my man T-Money, 1993. You know we go back, brother. You know we go back. How about this? Is T-Money told me, he said I was light skinned one time. It was the greatest compliment I ever had in my life.
Yeah, that's definitely my light skinned brother. Right?
Tell them how they can hit you up, straight facts, because we want to watch your YouTube videos. And T-Money does it right, man. You know what I mean? He might joss on you a little bit. He might talk a little shit to Tony Dunn. But it's all right because he gets it right. He gets it right. T-Money, how can they find your YouTube?
Mr. T-Money 1993. That is my YouTube, my Twitter. If you cute ladies, that's my Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Twitch, everything. Mr.
He got big ass lips. Yo, my man got big ass lips, girls.
You stupid, Tony.
Look, why is that important, Tony?
Because that's what they're looking for.
Oh.
Tony's so stupid.
I've been watching that mug for a long time, man. One time I saw him doing a YouTube video, was drinking like Kool-Aid back in the day. I swear to God it happened.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
All right,
Straight
fellas,
Facts.
take it
T
easy.
Money 1993. My boy. Straight Facts. You don't beat it. It's the C3 Panthers podcast every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. 252-228-5098. The Panthers have drafted Derek Brown. We'll hit you up on Tuesday, guys. Thank you, Gene. Thank you, CK. Thank you, T Money. Everybody for your time.
Appreciate it.
Keep pounding, bro.
Keep pounding.
All right, y'all take
Keep
it
pounding,
easy.
everybody.